Ooh, that's delightful.
Yeah.
It is pretty good. Welcome to Live, everyone. Where on Sundays we eat very chewy candy
It's very sticky.
right into the microphone.
ASMR.
Right into the mic.
Mukbang.
I tried so hard to like ASMR.
Why?
I have trouble sleeping, and it's one
Yeah.
of the things people use. Like white noise works better for me.
Yeah, I do storms. I really like going to sleep to just
Mm.
thunderstorm.
I just pull up one of the VODs from here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds terrifying. Like that'd be like, is that my voice again? No.
I
No.
fall asleep to myself talking,
Yeah.
and I'd be like, oh.
Oh
You
man,
can
I do
it,
more
man.
than fall
You can go
asleep
to
to.
sleep. You just record yourself like hyping you up to go to sleep. Play it back for
It would
hours.
just be me being like, come on, man. We've been through this.
Well, look at that. Shing.
Giant hip, 18 months. Wow.
What a loser.
I said we are starting.
One
We
time,
are starting. You have Lauren's number? Pat and Lauren, right? She would ask me what the stream name is, but I'm always like at the bar. I'm like, what do you want me to write it down on a napkin or something?
yeah.
You're working and
I think I might, but I think they're trying to travel again today. Eric was just talking to Pat in a little group chat.
I ever tell you guys once I did listen to our show and I fell asleep doing it, and but I still had my headphones on, so I'm still hearing it. And I dreamed that I was playing in that session with you guys, or whatever I was translating. And I woke up really angry at you guys. You were because I thought you were all ignoring me. I'm like trying to talk and like
I'm just talking right over you.
Yeah. Like
It's pretty
thought these guys were my friends.
That would be probably one of the most ultimate like funny pranks we could do is just show up to a session and just the whole session just pretend like everything Robert said. We're not hearing, just completely ignoring. Like we'll let him take his turn and like focus on him when he takes his turn, but then like when he talks to us, does anything else. So yeah, we're gonna do it.
I had a dream.
He's like, what the fuck's going
Oh,
on?
I had a weird dream. And very rarely are my close friends in my dreams, like the people I'm hanging out with now.
It's always strange.
It's always like old people. That people are just in the front of my mind. But this dream was about Robert. Robert was in it. What was your dream? You're talking about? I wanted to get that out.
No, it's all good. Usually, it's funny because I usually don't have my friends in my dreams. Like in the dreams, I know these people, but when I wake up, no clue who the fuck they were. But I had a dream that I won the lottery and they announced it on the radio, and I was like, that's weird. When I got home, Taylor had already bought a house, and I was like, well, let me go see it. And it was a little tiny shitty shack of a house, like it was like 2 bedrooms, little tiny house. I was like, we just won the lottery. And she's like, you haven't seen the wine cellar. And we go in the wine cellar, and it's like a Costco that's just empty. There's this massive, massive empty space. And there's like bookshelves and stuff. And I was like, that's stupid.
Bookshelves.
But not like bookshelves, but like...
That'd be awesome.
It was like shelves and things. It might have been
My wizard's library.
It was like shelves and stuff, but it was like big enough that there was like a mist towards the end. Like, you know, you're starting to lose your vision.
Sure.
And I was like, we don't need this. And I woke up and was like, that's weird. And then as I was waking up, I was like, that would be cool though, for like the house to all be underground and like this little thing. When Taylor woke up, I told her that, and then that I thought it would be cool after I woke up, and she goes, at least you figured out you were wrong. Because she had bought the house in the dream, so she got to be mad at me in my own dream. That kind of shit.
People in dreams. So we're gonna play a game here, or
We are. We're gonna. Everyone, we're on Sundays. We play Dungeons and Dragons, 5th edition, in the Forgotten Realms universe, and in this case, Kara-Tur, the eastern continent, the eastern lands of the Forgotten Realms.
with the most difficult names to remember, except for the village of some.
Some village. This we are also heavily relying on Ryoko's Guide to the Yokai Realms, and incorporating a lot of that book into Kara-Tur and updating Kara-Tur, giving it a fresh coat of paint, big bearded paint.
Yeah.
Oh, D&D shorts. Did you watch any of the interviews where he actually talked to the guy that wrote most of the book? He's really cool.
Was it the same guy who was the artist for Pokemon?
Yes.
Yeah. I've seen one at least, but it was like an hour long.
Yeah. In this, the Kara-Tur, the Mortal Dominion, The 9 days of thunder have just occurred in the region that they are in, which is Mayon of the Sholong Empire. The 9 days of thunder. What are you looking at?
Oh, the pronunciation.
Sure. It's pretty much exactly like the Mortal Kombat name, like so instead of Shao
Oh,
Kahn,
yeah.
Shao Long.
Yeah. Mortal Kombat pronunciation. That's a good way to. Because I'm sure we all agree on how all those.
What's the first Mortal Kombat 1? The boss is.
Oh,
not
I
Shao-
had your soul.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Shao Kahn is the
That's
Khan dude in 2.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
the big
yeah,
guy with
Horse
the hammer. The I thought it was Shao Long because it's supposed to be dragon.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
But I can't remember now for sure. Now that I'm like saying it out loud.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
funny because number 2 is the only one that I really played the
Right.
shit out of.
Because Shao Long means land of the dragons, basically. It's,
Oh yeah, lung.
Yep.
Yeah.
So in Sholong, in the
Shang
Mayon,
Tsung.
Shang Tsung.
that's it.
I can't believe we forgot that as a group.
Oh, and I did find out that this is the name of the river. The Qingtung is the name of the river.
Chin tongue.
So Qingtung is this river, and this is the other major river of the nation, which is the Hungsti. Hungsti and the Qingtung, and your guys' border, it borders the province of Qingtung, named after the river of Qingtung.
Okay.
But that's what Yingqing, the town you're currently in, is on. All right. So in Shaolong, the province of Mayon, the 9 days of thunder have occurred, where a kaiju has destroyed a portion of the dragon wall, separating the nation of Shaolong from the Horse Plains, and the Horse Lord Raiders rampaged across the countryside, destroyed the city of Lotu, and then knocked down Heaven on High, a massive tower that stretched from earth to the heavens, sending pieces of the tower all over the land.
Mm-hmm.
And then the kaiju disappeared. And while the nation is trying to recover, recoup its losses, and rebuild the wall, our adventurers here are trying to figure out what's with that kaiju and where did it go?
And how do I punch it?
And how do you punch it? Now you're like, I got a bigger arm now,
Yeah.
so I can hit it. You have made your way to Yingqing, where you have wanted to talk to the Path of Enlightenment monks. There was supposedly a sect of Path of Enlightenment monks who used to attend Heaven on High that separated and left. They came to Yingqing, and now that you have arrived, you have found them dead.
Yeah. Very sad.
Very sad. The last monk was dying of his poison.
Never learned his name.
You never learned his name. Is there anything else we need to go over? Let's go over.
I mean, that's where we ended it, right?
Rob, who are you?
I am playing Smiling Mountain, who's currently very confused, and because this monk just told him a lot of heavy shit, and he's like, okay, because he is a thick-skulled Goliath monk who's now an astral self.
He's starting to believe in himself.
Yes, or at least the
Starting to
Jade
figure it out.
ladies.
Look like a thinning skull now.
Yeah.
So you drew a picture of what you think the kaiju looks like.
Yeah.
So we give you that, and also,
Did I miss that too?
Huh?
Oh, there it is.
yeah,
Jeez. Where was I?
and you could draw a stick figure. I'm not looking for like full up artist things. It's just whatever.
Say like I have a picture in my head, but I was like, I don't draw.
Just
I'm not
stick
good
figure
at
it out, or
drawing.
hell, AI it. We're not trying to impress anyone here. Wisteria,
Well,
because you both know sign language already.
right.
She starts teaching you because you know sign language,
Yes. Oh, I do. That's
What
right.
your
It
language?
is.
and it's one of her languages. So she is teaching you another language. The Kitsune have their own language that is completely body language based, that they can have entire conversations with while speaking or doing nothing at all. They can have completely silent conversations just by moving their tail, twitching their ears, facial expressions, body posture.
Oh.
And she's teaching you it.
Okay.
You can't speak it because you don't have a tail and ears.
Right.
But you'll be able to understand her, and she's given you some shortcuts in sign language to kind of communicate.
Oh, okay.
She is teaching you Kitsune.
Cool.
Lots of crotch licking,
Yeah.
nuzzling. Like, excuse me.
I'll try to wiggle my
Mitch,
ears.
who are you?
I'm Dune Cherry Light. I'm here to protect my tree. Okay, that's that.
It did.
But I saw one of the Jade Lady.
Moon Women.
One of the Moon Women came and saved it. And now I'm basically following this guy because he knows some of the lore about the kaiju.
And what are you?
I am, like, I'm an elementary school teacher, but I was not. No.
Hmm.
I am a. It's funny to like have to look at my characters in a couple weeks. I am a fairy sorcerer.
Lunar sorcery.
Oh, that's right. I'm lunar
Yeah.
now. I've been worshiping the moon.
You're
The moon tree.
Extra moody.
I'm extra.
The Moon Women,
Yeah.
the Moon Tree. You got
Yeah.
all kinds of
Watching
stuff.
you even harder than I was before.
My name rhymes with moon.
I got my eye on you. Dayton, who are you?
I'm Valxador Moonwatcher. I watch Mitch's character constantly.
That's why he's here. He's like, this guy knows something. He's like, this guy, he's got
Yeah.
the moon in his name.
I think I'm following
Keep an
you.
eye on this guy.
You're just following me around.
I am an elf bard. I am part of the reason we are all together on this journey to discover what happened to heaven on high, because I kind of know the history and the prophecy that has been foretold and that is being disrupted by this 9 days of thunder and kaiju and all that jazz.
Yeah.
And I am Wiley. I am the Dungeon Master, which means I play everyone else, which includes Wisteria, their Kitsune, enigmatic Kitsune companion, who has kind of tagged along, showed them where a piece of heaven on high is, and just kind of kept with the group since then. Been along with you guys. She seems to have a little bit of knowledge of the Fae stuff and the Yokai info, being a part of that world, but for the most part, she keeps on human geise and just stays quiet in the back.
Has really cool claws.
You always do a better introduction. But like, Dune Cherry Light, I'm a plucky little fairy sorcerer who's out to protect the livelihood of his tree.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's better.
There you go.
He probably spends more than the probably the 10 seconds we do before game to like kind of
I don't know why
come
I
up
don't.
with something.
I'm always second or third. Like, someone always goes before me. Like, I have plenty of time to be like, what am I going to say? Then it gets to me and I'm like, we've been doing this for 5 years. I'm not ready.
Yeah.
That's for 5 years.
I guess. Now that all the introductions are out of the way, do we have sound?
We do have sound.
Oh, okay.
It's right there.
All the internet.
I did check.
I was like, I saw him click it.
Right, going from stream starting, which I mute the sound to see. It really messed me up because stream starting for a while had the sound muted intrinsically, and then when I switched to stream on, the mic would come on. So I just got kind of lulled into a false sense of security. Yeah, I didn't even post that video. It was like 28 minutes long, and I just fuck it, shut down the stream during our initial session.
Can confirm.
Can confirm. So we do have sound. You guys have
Everyone that watches the YouTube videos are like, why are they all so obsessed with sound?
yeah, because we constantly don't have it, and there's so many Knights of Bahamut games.
Really?
The first like 30 minutes.
Nah.
No sound.
Those are the ones I fall asleep to.
Yeah.
Sound is
Those are the ones that we always get a second cigarette break. And we realized that everything we just did was muted. And we were like, fuck that cigarette. Like,
Yeah.
shut that smoke.
Oh man.
So you guys met in some village where you guys had a shared interest in this prophecy of the kaiju and figure out what's really going on with the land, not just the bureaucracy about it. You made your way to a piece of heaven on high where you found a fiend inside. And then when you were leaving that, after a very brutal fight with that fiend, a group of bandits with an enigmatic person in tow came to that piece of heaven on high, and it looks like they were looking to capture the fiend. You captured one of the bandits and found out that he called that guy Krabby. and Krabby has been directing that bandits, the Dark Clouds, the Dark Storm bandits,
All right, here we go.
to go around
Dark skies.
the Dark Skies bandits, to go around and collect things out of the pieces of Heaven on. But you had other things you need to do, so you need to get down to Ying Ching and see these Path of Enlightenment monks who used to be the caretakers of Heaven on High, so that you could find out a little bit more about what happened, what did the kaiju do, and all that jazz. But when you arrived in Ying Ching, after a little being waylaid by another fiend,
Yeah.
a greed fiend in a rest stop, and a little altercation with a silk purse merchant
And a pillow.
and a pillow, you've made your way to Ying Ching, and you've asked around and found that the Path of Enlightenment monks were staying at the Temple of the Sage, the immortal of the sages, the sage immortal, the god of sages.
Yes.
Hishi, I think. You guys decided to have a race. And of course the monk won. And so he got there first.
Shishi.
Hishi.
By a lot. I didn't know that was going to happen at the time.
Yeah, like a lot.
I was like, I can fly.
Like you can
not
fly,
like
so
that.
you have the straight line advantage, but he's got 160 feet or more.
I knew I wouldn't win, but I'm always here to have a good time.
Right. Good shit.
When you got there, there were 9 bodies wrapped in their burial shrouds in front of the statue of the sage, and 1 monk still standing there reciting their mantras. And when you approached, they said, "You're finally here." They grasped onto you. And does someone want to read this? Someone with
What,
radio voice?
other
Or
than
we
the
can-
narrator?
It's in the
Discord.
Discord. Starts with the monk sat cross-legged.
I pictured this massive flying goblin shark creature, but instead of
Mm.
here it is. The monk sat cross-legged amidst the lifeless forms of his comrades, his breathing shallow and labored. Blood-streaked lips moved slowly, words escaping as fragile as the life clinging to his poisoned body. He turned his gaze toward Smiling Mountain, his eyes heavy with both sorrow and resolve. "Listen, child of the weave," he rasped, voice a trembling whisper. "The blood scriptures, they came to heaven on high, cloaked in deception and veiled truths. They whispered to the hearts of our leaders, poisoned their wisdom with promises of harmony while they wove discord. The blasphemies, they planted them within the tower, corrupted the sacred veins of this land." He coughed. Blood flecked his robe, and clutched Smiling Mountain's forearms. "These cursed artifacts, they twist the lay of this land, bending them to their dark will. Heaven on high is but the first. They seek the crossroads, the great places of power, Shaolong's lifeblood defiled." His breathing grew more ragged as a tremor shook his frame. It was this act of sacrilege, this defilement of heaven on high, that called forth the storm. The land itself screamed in pain, and its agony the kaiju awoke. Their wrath brought the 9 days of thunder upon us, a warning, a reckoning. His grip tightened, trembling fingers clutching Smiling Mountain. You must stop them. Protect the sacred places, restore what has been broken. For if they succeed, the soul of this land will be lost, and the wrath of the earth will rise again, fiercer and unrelenting. His eyes dimmed as he drew a rattling breath, his final words barely audible. "Promise me, carry this burden. Promise me the light will endure and the thunder will not return." His hands fell to his sides, the breath leaving his body, and his plea hung heavy in the air, echoing with the weight of Shaolong's fate.
My God.
I know everyone's still asleep, but are we playing tonight?
And with that, when he released his grasp from your arms, tattoos that he had on his hands
Oh.
were now on you.
Gross.
I forgot about that part.
Mm-hmm.
What, the going that everyone is still asleep?
No, the tattoo part. So that means he looks a little like Shawnee. So we just ignore Rob the whole.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, that's right. I have things like
Yeah, so how are we going to run that fast to
I
get
know.
there?
We'll never
We'll
make
never
it.
make it, man. If only we had someone that could run fast. Does anyone have any like haste or anything like that? You have someone that can run 160 feet and turn. Who?
That's me. That's that. Who?
Yeah, who is it? So after that, you had all approached. You had laid him to rest, and then you had gotten out of there because you didn't want to be with all the creepy path of the Enlightenment monk bodies.
Right.
Nearby, there was an inn and wine house. If anyone has the name of it.
Amy.
Oh, you beat me.
The wine house.
It was a tavern in wine house. It was the last thing you guys saw because they had a bowl of rice with the chopsticks in it. They were also honoring the dead,
Oh.
which would tie, since they're right next to the temple. You think that they're doing that in honor of the monks.
Was it the Silk Cloud, was it?
That's it.
Hey.
Damn, I did have that written down. I just didn't say it.
Hey.
Oh wait a minute, it's not these anymore.
I got all. Yeah, give me a fourth one.
So how many of those do you have?
3.
Oh, you can only have one. Well, sort of.
Oh.
You have one special one and the one.
Oh, okay.
And who else has these?
Does that mean
You
I have?
food. You have candy.
And
So,
last session.
I didn't know if we wanted to do
Erudition.
erudition in this. It seems that it wasn't utilized as much last time. No one, like, you accumulate it, but you don't spend it because you're not really looking at characters between sessions.
I was gonna say we
Oh, I
so-
only got so many of them. I was like wanting to get one of the there's one that
The
costs 30.
feet or something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Mhm. I didn't mind it. I liked it because it just kind of built up without thinking about it, which was nice. But I agree. The last time we had like a D&D session, I didn't use it, and then we played Daggerheart and we didn't have it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of one of those, man. It's out of sight, out of mind for me at the moment.
We may go back to it, but for now, I think I'm going to do these extra credits that have permanent things that I can give you.
Hey, I love it.
So,
Bonuses, I guess.
and that still stands. If you still draw, you'll also get in on the Kitsune Language Club.
Every time we draw it.
You learn another preposition.
Yeah.
Uh,
Can I wiggle my ears yet?
no, but
Do you have yours?
no, he does. I mean, he has regular ears, but you just need to get like Alter Self or something like that. And
Yeah.
Now I can speak Kitsune.
The first time I ever saw like the cat language being different from like it was basically Bunnicula, the book about.
Oh,
about
yeah,
rabbit.
yeah.
The second one is called The Celery Stalks at Midnight, and one of the family dogs is trying to track down where Bunnicula is. He's like missing, and he catches up to like a scared cat, and the cat is scared of him, and he's trying to explain himself to the dog. And the dog is frustrated because he's like, I don't speak cat very well. Like I understand the cat at the house because we have practice, but it's like cat is. He even says that cat is mostly facial expression and tone and body language, and he's like, dogs, we just bark at each other, like eyes and stuff. But I remember being like 12 and being like, well, that's interesting. Cats would have a different way of talking.
It is interesting.
So you make your way into the Silk Cloud, which this place, like I said, it's a residential area. It's kind of a nicer place. It's got a temple right there. So this district is nicer. So this is a pretty nice establishment. It's not super high end, but it's really nice. When you enter in, there is a young blue woman who approaches you. Her hair just kind of like flowing behind her, white hair. She is a Air Genasi. And you can see that there's a man who is also blue with white flowing hair behind the counter in the back of the building. And she's like, she tells you that they're observing the funeral for the monks, and that please be respectful while on the premises. Would you like me to show you a table, or do you want to sit up at the counter?
Do you have a rest? I'm just looking for a place to wash my arms.
I don't know why we're looking at you.
Yeah.
Force of
goes
habit.
over-
We're like, what do you think, Rob? Oh wait.
She goes over behind her like little stand podium and pulls out a towel, a damp towel.
Right.
Nice little folded
Cool.
onsen towel.
I'll just try to rub my arms while wondering how they're observing the monks from all the way over here.
I think we will go sit at the counter.
Seat yourself.
I was gonna say, are there sky chairs?
Yes.
What was that from? Was that Tiger Heart? Yeah, I guess it was because that was a
yeah,
monkey.
you keep making characters with wings just
Are
so
you-
you can
Sit
be
in-
above everybody else.
Yeah,
for
right.
some reason.
I want to sit in different chairs.
I thought you were talking about when Galen was playing the Harengon, and there's like people floating up.
What were we playing where he was a Harengon? Did I have a flying character?
It was
Spelljammer.
Spelljammer, yeah. The
It
first
was
time we did
Spelljammer.
Spelljammer.
Okay, yeah, that's Sky
'Cause-
Chairs when I made that up.
The first time you played the Harengon was with you and Chult. You played the piranhas.
Or I had to be explained Mage Hand.
It's me. And then you played the Harengon and Spelljammer. Knocking people off the boat. So you approach the counter and the man there, like, just waves to 4 chairs and like, have a seat. It's not crowded. There's like maybe a dozen people throughout the entire place. 3 more at the counter. Another 8 or 9 throughout the facility. Yeah.
What are we doing here?
It's not calling me off.
Let me try. Prestidigitation.
Maybe the spell would work. I don't know.
There you go.
Try not to do that.
First things first. Let's get around to drinks. It's been a travel.
That's right. We just got to this place.
You seen some shit, and
Yeah,
you told us about it. So
did.
First, he also places down in front of each of you a little onigiri. Is that what it is? Little rice cake.
Oh, yeah. Onigiri.
It's just an onigiri is placed in front of you all. Probably traditional, like funeral food.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
They are small, but for you, it's like yeah.
Yeah.
And then he goes over his selection of various wines. He's got, rice wines, wheat wines, berry wines, all kinds of wines.
Plum wine.
Hot or
Cold plum wine.
he goes over and
It's good stuff in real life.
he has like a basin back there, and he goes over and takes out a bottle, big porcelain bottle, pours the plum wine from the barrel into the bottle, caps that, and puts it in the basin where it just floats for a minute, and he comes back over, says, "Is the plum wine for everyone?" He starts pulling out cups for everyone.
Thanks.
Sure.
After a minute, he goes back and retrieves the wine, which has been sitting in that cooled water, and pours it.
Yummy. So, what are the crossroads? Anyone know what that is?
the what?
The crossroads.
The what though?
You think you know what those are, right?
Do I? Oh, well, it's got to be some kind of there must be a statue there or something. Do I know what the crossroads are?
I mean, your
And then
order is about the feng shui of the
Yeah.
of the world.
It sounds like it'd have to do something with the weave, but
do your prophecies.
But I don't think
Blood
me,
scriptures,
myself,
though.
knows.
Because they're the blood scriptures.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that
The
you're thinking
blood
about it,
scriptures, they came to heaven, both in deception and veiled truth. So who or what would I know what the blood scriptures is referring to?
so
Because that looks like a proper name.
right, thinking about it.
And that-
Remember, you rolled the natural 1 last time on that.
Oh yeah.
So you thought.
Oh yeah.
yeah. You
The
had
guy that's supposed to
thought-
know this stuff.
Oh, I forgot
fucking
about
know.
that.
Yep. You had thought it was
It's a
about
branded gum.
the crimson scriptures or anything like that, which was the first empire. When the empire was first founded, that emperor became corrupt, and part of his whole thing was the crimson scriptures and all this stuff, like trying to rewrite heaven and all that. So that's what you first thought it is. But now that you're sitting down and thinking about it and hearing what he said,
Oh, that's good.
you almost no, it's almost like it's a name of a group, kind of like the Dark Skies. This could be the blood scriptures.
Like,
Like this is
time to
who they
roll
are.
now.
Yeah,
Not in bad
that's
way,
pretty
when
funny.
I just get hurt extra,
Yeah.
can't do anything for a
I
couple
was-
turns,
I-
but when I need to know a piece of fucking knowledge about our whole
We would have
journey on
followed
this
you
site.
right. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
that's
We're going
the
to
thing.
the north.
Yeah.
All right.
I rolled a nat 1 last night. I was playing some like trivia games with my friends, and the Gutenberg Bible came up. It was like, what language was this in? I thought it was German. It ended up being Latin. But somebody in the group, there was 6 of us, and one of them was like, what's the Gutenberg Bible? And I very confidently described the Book of Kells.
Yeah.
Like from Ireland, like I had just gone, and I was like, "Oh, it's this illuminated thing. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous." Blah 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 blah. And the guy sitting next to me is like, "It's the first Bible that was made with the printing press." And like everyone else is like, "That's why it's called the Gutenberg, because he invented the printing press." And I was immediately like, "I know that. I don't know why I was like, let me talk about this Bible instead." But it has the same idea. Like, what's the blood scriptures? Probably this illuminated text that was
So,
different.
going back for you, because like you're one of the few he would know as well, but you're one of the few people here that would know about ley lines and crossroads, like the Nexus. So I'm just wondering, like, does your character not know? Because it's a big thing about your people is that if someone comes and orders a statue, they consult their maps and the feng shui of the place and go, it's along these lines, which that means it needs to be marble, or it needs to be gold, it needs to be jade.
Yeah, so there's definitely people in this monastery that do that.
Yeah. So you just don't. That's fine.
You just
I can roll.
I just
You
wanna-
didn't
you
do
can-
all
you
your
can roll.
study.
If you want to leave it to chance.
His
Yeah.
job is more the bringing the stones
Yeah.
part.
History.
It would be history.
It
or
would be history.
understanding.
You can use it with wisdom if you want,
Use it with wisdom?
Yep.
Well,
because you are a monk.
if it is with wisdom, I think he kind of accidentally knows it. Then that's an 18.
18, because he used the term lay of the lands, and at first your mind was LAY,
Yeah.
until like he starts talking about crossroads and the weave, and you're like, oh no, he's talking about lay of the
Right.
lands. And nexuses.
Yeah, I don't have paper or anything, I don't think. But yeah, I just started idly just kind of like tracing my finger in circles and just trying to like
I have
Kind of ponder
cartographer's
that.
cool tools. You could use some paper from my pack. Yeah,
He's got a map. I'm pretty sure you have a map.
I do.
Right? Yeah.
Do it?
I'm pretty sure you do. Someone has a map. Thought.
All right. Who's
If
got the map?
If not, you can use your cartographer tools to make one.
That's what I figured. I was that sidereal at night, like the
Mm-hmm.
whole tracking the moon just kind of accidentally gave me.
And maps do
direction
have
since-
a purpose. By the way,
the what now?
they do have a purpose. They have rules now.
What does?
Maps.
Oh,
like
Everything.
cool
Just
item.
basically everything now has rules.
I don't have. I just have cartographer's tools. I don't have a map like in
Okay.
my inventory.
Yeah, click onto your cartographer tools and see if it gives you a crafting.
Utilize draft a map of a small area.
Yep.
Look at that. Craft a map.
And here's what a map gives you. If you consult an accurate map, you can get a +5 bonus to wisdom checks to find your way to a place represented.
Here's my map of the area.
Well, let's see if you make one, because you don't have one.
How do I
You have
do
to
that?
make it. So
DC
your
15.
cartographer's tools is DC 15, wisdom. Which your charisma is your highest. Which is higher, intelligence or
I'm
wisdom?
pretty sure it's wisdom. No, it's wisdom by one.
Yeah,
but it
by
doesn't
one.
matter.
All right.
If-
Roll a wisdom check. You're proficient in it, so you get plus. Oh, you guys at +3 now?
Proficiency, no.
Still +2.
Yeah.
All right. So a total of plus
2 plus 1,
plus
so
one.
3. So,
Mhm.
okay.
Can I give him the help action? If I see him drawing a map, can I give him the help action? Somebody be like, no, that can't be done, because then you'd be
I'm
able
making
to
a
see
fucking
that
good
place from that statue.
That's
Okay.
better.
Keep that.
Okay.
He gave you a help.
Oh, what did you give me?
So he's
Advantage.
He's
Oh,
that
then-
gives you an advantage, so that you keep
So
the
16. It's a decent map.
16 is a very decent map, and he's like he can.
Very
What he does
not good yet, but
very oddly is
mediocre.
he marks down.
Look at how fucking adequate this is.
Look how you could mark down the veins of precious materials that are on those. Right.
Right.
Like this is the jade line, and this is the gold line, and this
Right.
is the ruby line, like
Wait, sorry.
things like that.
Answer people like, "Hey, how you doing today? I'm super content."
Yeah.
Mediocre is a long, expensive word.
So they're making that. What do you do?
I'll talk to
Quit drawing snails.
this bartender here.
Okay.
My good sir, what is your name? Since we don't ask anybody their names, I'm gonna start asking names.
What's the name
What is he again?
He's an air genasi.
Oh.
The silk cloud.
He's blue with white hair.
Oh, at the Silk Cloud.
He looks like
His
he's
name
Papa Smurf,
Evening Rain.
but
Evening rain.
Evening
So,
Rain.
evening rain.
Evening Rain. Huh? Okay.
Ask him if he's met Jindy the farmer.
Every time you write a name down, Smiling Mountain's like, I remember these people. Do you know Jeremy Smith?
No, it's Jindy,
Jindy.
the Chad
Jindy.
farmer, man.
That farmer that like put out the fire and
Oh,
protected
that guy.
everyone.
Rescue
yeah,
people.
Yeah.
Saved the dwarf's life.
The MVP of the
Yeah, he made like
counter with the green team.
He made 3 water trips for us. Yeah.
His son has done some work on the place. He's a very good maintenance man here.
Oh.
I bet
Yeah.
I
he-
got 20 to see if he
That's
knew.
good luck.
Now it's gonna be Jindy like everywhere you go.
Oh,
Jindy's-
Put some coins on his tab.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Your travel god.
These rocks on his tab.
Cool.
I mean,
He's gonna show up in a
Remember-
couple weeks,
you did-
destitute, tired. We're like, can you spot me? He's like, your friends left you some
did
rocks.
you get rocks from somewhere else? Because that Dodomeki ate all your rocks.
Oh, maybe not these rocks. I think these.
You know, I just have coins.
Yeah.
It's like you have real money.
Yeah,
that you
real
can
money now.
put on
I
his
don't. I really don't. Oh wait, no, we have a
You
shit
guys
ton
do.
of money.
Yeah,
Like,
you're
we have
holding the money.
290.
Remember? Don't
He
say
is
that.
not. He is not holding the money.
Who's holding the money?
Wisteria is.
Oh boy.
She's holding the jug, the Dodomeki jug.
Ah,
She has it.
Remember, I made a deal with the. Was he a halfling?
The halfling.
merchant?
yeah.
I was like,
First guy.
he's like 500 of that was mine. I was like, you get 100 and you're gonna live.
Yeah,
Yeah. You guys have a decent amount of money.
and possibly new enemies.
We had like
Uh-huh.
what did we get, like 800 total after that encounter.
Yeah, we had 700. Then we bought a
You
shitload
get
of potions.
A shitload of healing potions.
like, wow, we keep them down. We should maybe get some discount.
I like how we weren't like, maybe we should not go into those tower pieces. We're like, we just need some potions.
Yeah.
Let's level up. Go back in there.
Well, no,
I only have 2 potions. How many do you have?
Everyone had 2.
Oh,
They
that's
cost.
That's a lot.
It was 100 each of you, so it was
No, I'm
400
just fucking around.
for everyone to get that.
yeah.
Um,
And then I threw 5 gold at somebody.
you guys went to the little fishing tavern on the river and talked to some people. The turtle bartender.
Hmm.
Uh,
I don't remember.
you remember when you first got here, you went and talked to. You went to the fishing place or fishing tavern. You went outside and tried to mess with a
Oh.
whole bunch of people playing cards.
And didn't I
Or
name
Mahjong.
that place too?
You,
Yeah, I did name that.
It was like it was
bent
something
or
hook.
the something hook. Yeah.
Something was like fouling up the river up north.
Like the river is just dirty right now because the 9 Days of Thunder knocked a whole bunch of debris and,
Yeah.
and stuff into it. But it's not fouled. It's just dirty, so it takes longer to clean or do anything.
Oh, okay. I thought
No,
that
I don't
was
know if you
sulfur
also
from the
remember
hills
when
were
you guys-
going in.
Oh no, that's the Tofuaka.
Oh.
So that's going to get into that. When you guys first came into town, you saw that bureaucrat and that
The Air Kieran,
the
yellow robe guy.
heirs of Kieran. That's another give you another
Oh,
one.
yeah, I thought you said Eric Kieran.
Heirs
Uh,
of Kieran.
I was like, the fuck is that?
It was an heir of Kieran with a bureaucrat, and they were talking about the state of the Tofuaka Hills,
Yeah.
and that they have a huge reservoir that has been fouled. Like that one has been.
Okay.
And that they need help. Then you went to the hook. You talked to the turtle who told you where the monks were staying, and that's when you.
Oh, that's
You
right.
guys raced to the monks.
That's where that 5 gold was. That turtle.
Because you put down money and you didn't really know what it was, and he gave you the very mediocre but decent noodle bowl.
I do remember
Fish
that.
broth noodle bowl.
Yeah.
This is exceedingly right in the middle.
Because it was just as good as they can get with all the rations.
Right.
So you guys were making a map. You're talking to him. His name is Evening Rain.
What time of day is it?
You guys got
I
here.
need to know for my next line.
Let's see.
Good evening. It's daytime. Fuck. Oh.
It is late afternoon.
Shit. All right.
What did you want it to be?
I wanted to say good evening, but
You
I
still
mean, it's
can.
late afternoon. That's evening. Like
He's
it's
like,
still
I've
there.
never fucking heard that one
Yeah.
before.
I
If
mean,
you say it with enough panache, You might convince him that it
I
happens to
didn't
be
name this
evening
guy.
right now.
Roll a persuasion. Mitch did. Roll a persuasion. See how well you deliver this line. See how endearing you are.
Gotta nail it.
No, it's Jindy.
16.
He's like my regulars all say the same thing morning, noon, and night.
And it never gets old.
It's 2 a.m. Evening.
Ha ha ha
Fucking order something.
ha. Right, I think that's how we would bartend.
That's the way they do things at Thirsties.
Sorry, my good sir, I could not resist. How long? I'm like, get down to brass tacks, I guess. How long were these monks here with you guys? Have they?
They were here a day short of a month in the town. They came here for their meals.
And obviously, you know, R.I.P. But like, were they in bad condition when they arrived, or?
Kind of looks around, like all around. He goes, they were set upon by an assassin.
Excuse me now? An
I thought for sure
assassin, you
they
say?
took their own lives. I thought they had, like,
Ingested poison or something.
like they had committed like seppuku because they were
Yeah,
like the
I
tower
thought something
fell.
similar
Yeah,
too.
like the tower fell, and I was like, ooh, these
Or-
people just like missed their ritual suicide.
Or just exposed to this corruption of the.
Ooh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be doing a map. We're like,
Yeah,
You get all the information.
How's that
They-
map going?
Oh yeah. Smiling Mountain keeps drawing mountains.
How do you
There's no mountains there.
how do you know this?
They had
That's all you can draw. These are tree mountains.
they were very tight-lipped about their reasoning for being here, but you could tell their dissatisfaction with their order from the very first time they set in. And when they got deep in the cups, they talked about cultists and outlanders. And then, about a week ago, right after the 9 Days of Thunder, they started to become very wary, very paranoid, becoming very scrutinizing of anyone else that came in. They said that they were being watched or followed. Some of my patrons were outside just the nights ago when this attack occurred, and he could hear them fighting in the temple.
Have you seen anybody that fits the description of the guys that ran into us at the tower? Like
The Dark Skies?
Yeah, Dark Skies.
I was like, oh, Dark Skies, we don't get them in this neighborhood. We'd kick them right out, but they are in the city prominently. You could probably go find them at some of the more riverside
Well, they are a
establishments.
Did anyone respond to this sound of fighting, or did everyone just?
When the guards found them, 9 of their brethren were dead, and the last was in grave condition, barely holding on.
And so no one saw anyone go in or out besides the monks.
You're walking around trying to touch me.
You got a firm grip, if you ask me. But
He had a firm grip.
yeah, so barely holding on.
I like how this conversation started. You're like, hey, your name's
Is it
weird.
on?
Joking aside.
Flashing
Tell me about
blue
these dead
with the red
guys.
light underneath.
That should be connecting. Is it not
Oh,
connecting?
there we go.
Commercials are we gonna listen to today?
I know, right?
I need to look into it. I keep dismissing the message, but Spotify has like a friends and family plan. I'm wondering
Oh,
if I can get you on.
That's what
I won't put my algorithm in yours, would it?
It might.
No, no.
you can keep the
Taylor would
account
never let that
separate
happen.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's separate.
because like
My music is like quarantined for her.
because Kaylin has the main Spotify account, and then like we just looked at this the other day. I'm on there, her mom's on there, one of her friends, I forget who's on there, and then someone like there's like 4 other people on it, and like you still have your own Spotify account. It's basically just like you get all the commercial free stuff because this one person is basically paying for it, and you can just do whatever. Because my stuff doesn't affect hers whatsoever.
Oh, that's nice.
I should do that for myself, just to have the role playing one, because my year end stuff and my suggestions are like, here's the actual music I listen to for recreation, and then here's a whole bunch of video game scores.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't shuffle my Pandora because I've got stuff like that too, where it's like, don't listen to this stuff.
We like use my Spotify like all day at work to just like play music or whatever, and I usually ask, hey, what do you want to hear? Because I don't really care. And so my like Wrapped came up this year, and it's like, oh, one of your top artists, Sabrina Carpenter. I was like, cool.
yeah,
That's my jam.
It's me. It's like
I was like, I don't dislike her music, but it wouldn't have been like my most listened to if I wasn't like, hey.
it's
And she's like, I want to listen to Chaperone and Sabrina Carpenter. I'm like, cool.
that'd be like one of those little bonus like stats that shows up over here. Sweet, where is it?
Depends. Do you want a one with a base or are you gonna want one?
Take a look at it. Sorry, everybody.
It's okay, you're making a map. We don't need you.
I'm studying the map, so you two have fun.
All right, so no one went in, saw anything. Well, people went in afterwards.
they had complained about or had been wary of someone following them. They got kind of paranoid, and then there were sounds of fighting, but no one saw anything. Thus, that's why he blames it on an assassin. The monks, I don't know if you said this, the monks, when they first got here, they wouldn't talk about why they were here to anyone. Like they weren't just gossiping of why they left. But there's two things that they did. They told people that they had left and they had sent word to a sage. And when they were deep in their cups, they would get impassioned and blurt out stuff about cultists and outlanders.
Okay, yeah. You mentioned that, but you didn't say like they didn't ever mention why they left Heaven High, except our nameless tattoo dude said something about the blood scriptures and the corrupt artifacts that were brought to Heaven on High.
Blasphemies.
And we don't know exactly what those are yet. Okay. Did you, because he said like they mentioned like they sent word to a sage. Did they ever mention the name of this sage or where parts he might be?
Sure, the messenger that they used would have returned by now, but I believe they dispatched them. I pull up the map. They dispatched them west, so this way, which would be the mountain where you're from.
Okay.
Like that is a direction that your sage is from. So maybe it was your sage that got this message, or maybe the message never got there at all.
Don't ask me my sage master's name right now. I know it starts with an I. It's like
Etching?
ill something.
Ilmatic? Nas?
Was that a private message? You messaged me that.
It's Therian Veilwim.
Did it start with an I?
Yep. Therian.
We're on the right track, boys and girls.
So yes, that is what he knows about the monks. He seems pretty. He's shaken up that an assassin came and murdered these people, but he's also like, you can hear the quivering in his voice when he speaks about them because they've been here for like a month, eating, talking, just being here with this guy as regulars. Essentially, they lived at the shrine.
Were there any other individuals around town that they seem to be a little more chummy with than any of the others, or they kind of stick to themselves?
They stuck to themselves. It seemed like they were waiting for something or someone.
Waiting for something or someone.
And just remember, when he got there, the monk said, "You're finally here."
Yeah, you remember when you walked in and I was like, I really wish you were here to hear all
I
that.
know you're doing the handoff
So, you know,
So you're finally here.
mhm.
Like they knew.
Like they had been waiting on someone in particular and thought it was him.
Hmm.
I thought he was that
So this should have happened to you.
Hey man, you guys wanted to race. That's not on me.
person.
I knew who was gonna win that race. It wasn't gonna be me. I might even be the
Slowest.
slowest. I mean, how fast is Wisteria?
It depends on what else she's doing, but she can like if she transforms to her fox, she's faster than me.
I was gonna say it's like, and I'm an elf. I mean, I'm fairly quick, but
Right. Swift as a fox, though. Only one way to find out. We need another race. What?
Now we're racing to see who's slowest in the party.
I try to win that too. Like,
well, so you say you know at least maybe what this messenger looks like, or do you know
He's
who
like,
he
I
is?
think I can put out word to find them.
I'd be very keen to talking to this lad or lass.
I will see what I can do. If you're going to look into avenging or at least finding the culprit, I will look into it.
Oh, absolutely, my good friend.
they would have had to come from the tower. I mean, that's what the old man said, that the corruption, the officials let these bad actors in and started whispering into the hearts and minds of the.
Like, you think the assassin came from the tower?
I think it's possible.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm curious to know where this messenger went and what his message was.
So if you look at his map, oh, he hasn't finished drawing that part yet.
Stop down here. Any other questions for Evening Rain?
Sensei. This isn't the place with the well, right?
No.
That was
The well is the Tofuaka Hills,
that was back.
the Temple Well. Which do you want to know about that?
I mean, do I want to know about that?
Like if you're thinking about it, is your character thinking about it? Because I can tell you what the Temple Well is. You know, you're a sage. You know what these things are. I'll roll a history. See if you do.
Who, me? No.
You know something different. Because your order did some of the statuary, which also places it on a crossroad.
That would be an 18.
The Temple Well is this reservoir on the Tofaka Hills, which has just this clear, like, spring water that comes up in it, and it's in the Tofaka Hills, which is sulfur ridden. Like, there's sulfur everywhere up there. So the Tofaka Hills also has an underground reservoir, but this Temple Well gets its water from somewhere else, from some other place, and it's been built up, this large cistern temple around it, open to the sky. And one of the things about it is called, you can go there and have the cleansing. Once in your lifetime, go there and have all sin and debt relieved of you by baptizing yourself in the well, basically.
And then those two fancy people were saying there's some trouble over there. I wonder if a piece of the heaven fell on it. Messed it all up.
Back at the well, you mean?
Hmm.
Yeah. Because we never checked out the actual.
But we only learned about it when we got to this.
Yeah, it's like the Tofuaka Hills are in a different region. You just overheard that heir of Kirin and the bureaucrat
Okay.
arguing about
So that did happen in this town, like where we got that
information.
knowledge. Okay.
But it was
That's
just
where I was like, do we already like
you guys
Right.
were like,
learn that somewhere
Yeah,
else
like,
and then just fucking
Heaven
come
on High
here?
fell
Like,
down. Heaven on High fell down. The Path of Enlightenment monks are here. We may go to see the Heaven on High base. Go and check it out. You went to Chengling, and while you're walking in with this, Heaven on High blinders on, this conversation just happened to your side where the Tofuaka Hills is in trouble, and they said that their water supply, their reservoir, is fouled, and the temple well is the only source of clean water, and they don't want to take too much water from it. It's a sacred site. So they're having problems with that. So that was that.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess that's a good time to cue in that the door opens and you can hear the young woman greeting the person. They seem to greet them familiarly. And if you turn around to look who it is, you see the red-robed and gold-trimmed elf, heir of Kirin, that was having that conversation. She has entered the silk cloud.
Yeah, that's what I was talking.
She has short platinum hair and orange eyes. Elf, tall, regal looking. She has her pack with like the Heir of Kirin symbol on it. And on her back, what you thought at first was a staff. You can see like the head of a staff and a crossbar. You realize it's actually a giant sword. It's a big two-handed sword, but its crossbar, its cross handle, is bound to the scabbard with rope. Like it is tied down so it cannot be drawn. And you can see a prayer of fortune tucked in, hanging from that cord that's binding it.
Ooh.
And she walks in, greets the hostess with familiarity. The hostess greets her with familiarity. And then she strides forward and takes a place nearby you guys at the counter. Sits down. She doesn't seem like she's coming in for you. The evening rain greets her.
Yeah.
Says, Captain Jidi.
Captain what now?
Jidi. Z-H-I-D-E.
Z-H-I-D-E.
C-H-I-D-E. And she kind of waves that off, says like, just Jidi is fine. No need for, I'm not a captain anymore. And she, her drinks and food just like come out. Like she seems to have been here before.
I don't know who it is. Sorry.
Yeah. When you guys first entered the town, that heir of Kirin and the bureaucrat were talking about the water situation
Yes,
in the Tofuaka Hills. This is that heir of Kirin.
Oh, okay, cool.
She is.
And they, unlike the Silk Purse, are actual good people that help out places that have had like recent disasters and stuff.
Or
This is
so is
just
the
a-
reputation, at least.
Yeah, that's their reputation. All based on that city that was saved by Kirin. But she is a it's an aid organization that just goes where disasters are to give aid and relief.
Cool.
She seems a little bit vexed, a little bit short, even though she is perfectly polite and happy to be here and kind of relaxing. But you can tell that her conversation with the bureaucrat is still lingering on her. That it didn't turn the way she wanted it to.
So if I recall, the bureaucrat just wanted like, no, we still just got to get stuff to the wall.
Everything goes to the wall.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing
She was looking for aid for
the Tofuaka Hills. Because they don't have any water at the moment.
Well, of course, I greet her with a good evening, my lady.
She
Of
turns.
course.
No, that's good either.
She turns and greets you pretty formally. Like she even kind of addresses you as a sage, because she kind of recognizes the fit.
I
Yo,
do
sage?
look the part.
I make my eyes look bigger so I can roll them louder.
Aren't you still finishing the map?
Louder.
Fine. Louder. God.
That's disgusting.
I use prestidigitation so you can hear my eyes rolling.
That's a fun use.
I conjure my mage hand and pull dude chair out from under him.
That's
Which
long
happens
enough.
when
Yeah.
nothing happens because he has wings, so he just goes, "Oh, okay, well."
I'm so small. I'm probably standing on the chair anyway.
I'm sitting mine backwards.
Jai-D.
So you
Call her
just
Jai-D.
Riker.
So it doesn't sound like shitty. Jai-D.
Jai-D instead of Shidi.
Yeah. Jai-D.
GD.
GD is what it should sound like, I'm assuming.
Did I catch your name right? It was Shitty?
Was it shitty?
Have you met Evening?
God, the names in these parts, am I right?
My name is Dune. So you're asking the wrong guy. Smiling Mountain.
Yeah, right.
Wait, isn't your name Balksador?
Balksador.
Why are you making fun of other people's names?
So, Sage, that's how you know he's a Sage. It's got a really strange name.
My name's
Oh, I
got
thought
an
you makes fun
accent.
of other
that makes
people's
it
names.
unique.
Backstage thing to do. It sounds like balls in the door.
I heard you with
Because
that.
that's a common expression.
Yes. We say it all the time.
Alright, so she just greets me formally. Like, she just says, like, hello, basically. Like,
Yeah, basically like it's a pleasure to meet you and I hope you have a good evening type of thing. Like just a very formal elven imperial greeting.
Does she look kind of, like, frustrated?
Mhm.
Okay. Did I catch your name right? Is Jade?
Shitty. Jide. 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 However you want to say it. It's you say it correctly every time you say it, no matter what you actually say. Your character gets it right.
It must be this way. Let's see.
You seem not to be the happiest currently, and I sorry to say I did happen to eavesdrop and hear a little bit of your conversation out there with what looked to be a bureaucrat. May I ask what's the problem?
Oh, you overheard that. Well, at least hopefully someone will take pity on the plight of the people of the Tofuaka Hills. Do you know about the Tofuaka Hills?
I do happen to know about the Hills.
You want to read out what you know about the Tofuaka Hills, or do you want to just...
Let's hear it.
Like, do
Speech,
I want to
speech.
read out?
Yeah, do you...
Yeah, read it.
Or do you want me to read it out?
You
What?
So when asked if you know about the Tofuaka Hills, you respond with one of your lessons from your mentor, Etherian. The Tofuaka Hills is a land of contrasts, its rolling landscapes cloaked in vibrant greenery yet shadowed by the sharp tang of sulfur that lingers in the air. Beneath the earth, vast sulfur deposits weave a story of geological upheaval, while above, the giant beetles known as kabuto thrive. These magnificent creatures, with their gleaming carapaces and immense strength, are both a marvel and the cornerstone of the region's identity. Kabuto are known not only for their docility, but for their extraordinary bond with the people of the Tofuaka Hills. Farmers and traders alike prize these beetles as beasts of burden, their formidable size and endurance making them indispensable. Yet the Kabuto's peculiar diet, drawn entirely from the sulphurous bounty of the land, hints at an ancient mystery. Sulphur springs, known for their strangely acidic waters, often serve as the sites where Kabuto gather to breed, their young born in waters said to hold a primordial power. People of the Tofuaka Hills tell tales of a great progenitor, a being whose presence once shaped the hills themselves. They speak of its immense shadow, a harbinger of thunderous steppes and alchemical storms. Though the stories have faded to legends, some say that Kabuto bear faint echoes of this ancient guardian. A shared hunger for sulfur, a presence that commands awe, and the unshakable bond with the land's elemental essence. What truth lies in these tales is for the hills to keep, as the Kabuto quietly carry forward the legacy of an age forgotten by time.
You knew a lot about that.
sure did.
It's almost like he's specializes in lore or something.
Say
So-
now.
She is very impressed by your knowledge and addresses you as Sage from now on in her conversations with you. But she says, indeed, all of this is true. And because of the Kabuto and the presence of sulfur, all the groundwater of the region is impotable. But luckily, through the will of the celestial bureaucracy, the landscape, the hills have vast underground reservoirs that have been sustaining the entire region for centuries. But recently, just before the 9 days of thunder, there was an earthquake, and then the waters became fouled. We call them tree shakes. Since then, the earthquakes have continued, and the waters have grown increasingly more caustic. So much so that they've had to import waters from elsewhere. But of course, the entire region is in upheaval. The bureaucrat that you saw me arguing with is not wanting to send any of the ration waters meant for the wall to the Tofuakans. So they have resorted to being exploited by certain merchants that are now sending in barrelfuls of water and charging a premium for it.
Oh, I don't like that.
We have too much of like a nature vibe to let people just sleep.
So you're saying the initial earthquake took place before the 9 days of
A
thunder.
couple days before.
It's a tree quake.
Gotta do. You live in a tree.
Indeed.
It was a 6 on the apple drop scale. Yeah. I can have the special one and one.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Yeah.
It's good wood.
I'll be here all week. Tree jokes.
About as decent as this map, Pooh.
Go out on the limb. Try some.
Well, today I gotta say that sounds very shitty of these merchants too.
It's shitty.
I'm gonna make puns out of everyone's names that we
Yeah,
do from now on.
great.
Good.
What was the one in Daggerheart at the end?
The endearing thing of our bard. He makes fun of everybody's name.
His
Oh.
name was Frown. That's what it was.
Mm.
Frown. The
I thought
orc.
it was-
Frown the orc.
What was that robot, the clank that we named like Seiko?
Seiko.
That we named after
The
a
watch.
watch.
Mhm.
Is there anything, like a measly little band of adventurers could help you out with? I know we're no bureaucrats, but
Well,
we got ways of accomplishing things.
sure, a sage and champions could do much for the region.
The champions might be a little much, but continue.
Speak for yourself. I'm the tallest fairy in the tree.
He's pretty big for a fairy.
Yeah.
Well, currently, I am stuck here advocating for their cause. But I am, as I left, a zoologist from the Empire, from the
Bureau?
a bureaucrat, or basically
Oh, the bureaucracy.
a bureaucracy. A zoologist from the imperial capital was on their way there. They may or may not be able to solve this issue, but I'm sure they will need help. If you are looking to help, you can go and meet the zoologist, try to find out what has been going on, and help solve the situation. The fortunes would smile upon you, I am sure. The heirs of Kirin would certainly owe you a debt.
Let's help out these Arakeen.
How long away are the Tofuaka Hills from where we're at?
I'm busy. Look at the map. I just
Check
drew
that
it.
now.
Check it out.
4 days? 4 days?
No, just curious.
Do the hills fall on any significant line between statues?
Yeah, like I said, the temple well is on a crossroads.
Oh, you did say that. Well,
and though they've been tapping from the temple well because it is still clean, it is a sacred spot. Like that water's not really for drinking,
Yeah.
but they're tapping into it anyway, and that can drain that entire place of its energy. Like that,
Yeah.
the water is what makes that part sacred.
What was poisoning the water? Sorry, you might have just.
Sulfur.
No,
Oh.
sulfur.
So the hills have sulfur, and throughout layers of rock, Shide will explain this. There's reservoirs underneath the hills that are underneath just layers and layers of impenetrable rock, so it keeps separate from the sulfur. So the reservoirs, vast underground lakes that are just clean water.
Right.
The earthquake happened, and now it's acidified. Like the lake, so maybe the cracks in the rock were letting sulfur deposits in.
And why is the zoologist trying to figure this out?
Because of well, that's a good question.
So why is the zoologist trying to figure this out? Okay, I'm glad it's not me. That's why I was like asking questions. You were like saying zoologist coming.
The zoologist was
Maybe
going there to the zoologist was already on their way. Because they wanted to look at the kabuto.
The kabuto, yeah.
Right. Now, the kabuto being what they are and tied to the hills as they are, and the reservoirs being a part of the hills, maybe they all have something to do with each other. But right now, the zoologist would be the highest ranking bureaucrat in the region. So maybe if she finds out or does something,
Proper channels.
that can go through proper channels and get this bureaucrat here to finally capitulate and send some aid. But it also may have something to do because, as she's like, I don't know much about the region, and you obviously know more. But the kabuto spawn and nest in acidified water. So the reservoir acidifying could have something to do. It's massive though. It shouldn't. The little kabutos shouldn't have enough influence to do that much water. But
It's more like the kabuto is a side effect. The water has become acidic, so the kabuto has moved in. We'll have to check it out. Can you swim?
You asking me if I can swim? Of course.
I can't.
there's a 40K game. I think it was Dark Heresy, where they got shot down out of the sky in their dropship. And as they're coming down, I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to just kill the whole party and crash the ship and have them all die. I'm like, okay, you guys crash into a lake. None of them could swim. They all died. They couldn't get the fuck out of the plane and get to the shore. I'm like, okay, well.
I was just thinking, wings might not hinder me from swimming, except that I've explicitly described them as moth wings multiple times.
But that doesn't mean that they are functionally the same as moth wings. Yeah, right?
Swallowed it funny. Saw a little spike on it. Good thing we're on camera.
Good thing that was
Good.
caught forever. To be on the internet.
Well, it is on a crossroad, so we should probably check that out. What do you think, though, Mr. Sage?
Is that what we have to call you now?
I mean, you heard the lady.
He is third level. He's actually
Yeah.
a lore bard. Starting to own that title.
That's absolutely something we want to check out. I do want to ask Miss. No, it's not why you're here in the area, but like, have you heard? Do you know anything about these monks that have been found dead?
Unfortunately, I arrived not too long before they were attacked. I did not get a chance to speak with them in depth or meet. I just met them one night here. Well, I've been working in the city. It is a tragedy what happened to them. Do you know of anything of what occurred to them?
Well, my guy Evening over here says that an assassin took him out.
Definitely some kind of poison was involved.
Hmm.
They were all getting sickly.
And they had left heaven on high before the 9 days of thunder, I'm told.
Do you think the tower fell because they were missing?
I hope that isn't the case. She doesn't seem to have any connection or knowledge to the path of enlightenment.
See any big creatures?
Hmm?
See any storm creatures?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
I am here in response to the 9 days of thunder.
okay.
I was not in this province beforehand.
Lucky.
Well, that's all my questions then.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we may go take a look at the Tofuaka Hills and seek out the zoologist. Did he have a name? They have a name?
Yes, it is Dr. Kinora.
Name getting.
What's the name?
Dr. Kinora. Kinora.
Well, shall we race though?
We had 2-day head start.
Okay.
Want to bet on it?
I have no more rocks.
All these rocks I got. We slowly lose alignment by trading you rocks for money as the adventure goes on. Like slowly become lawful evil characters. How far away is the crossroads?
4 days.
Jesus. Well, to the road.
Or 2 if you're me.
It's gonna ride you. Ready? 1, 2, 3,
Easily
go.
good.
Like we're racing, but I'm just holding on to your back.
You need to jump up in the air, cast Featherfall, so you're floating. And then you pick up the fox, he grabs onto your shoulder, and you just start running.
Well, yeah.
And you're just flapping behind him.
We can get there in no time.
Man, that'd be wild. Like D&D real world. Like there'd be so many options to mix spells for pleasure, stuff like that. With like Featherfall mixed with like it was real life. Like you went parasailing, but they gave you Featherfall before you did it. You'd just be straight up.
Oh, yeah.
Or like right behind the boat, just pulling a parachute. You're looking straight up. It'd be crazy.
Or just any illusionist. Just
Mhm.
makes you believe you're yeah.
Be the best, like, special effects ever.
Yeah.
Or we'd all be numb to it. I'm like, this better be fucking spectacular, or I'm not going to
Well,
be
at
impressed.
that
I've seen
point,
some
you start
wild
getting
shit.
the, like, Shadowrun.
BDLs.
Well, Shadowrun has the mages that do the... There's a spell that you just go... It's not illusion of the eyes. It's not like it's a light illusion that's out here. They go into your brain and make you see and feel things. It's like complete entertainment inside your head.
Wow.
And you could have like some rich folk have personal people like I want to be King Arthur, and the person will literally D&D game in their head, realistic, living the fantasy.
I bet it would be so boring if you did it for real, where it's like you get up and people bring you food and like you like most of the day is walking around the castle just checking to see if everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing. You might see people for an hour and then that's it. That's your whole fucking like, oh cool, I paid a bunch of money.
Yeah. I mean, that was a big thing in Shadowruns that people would get addicted to that sensation.
BTLs.
Yeah, better than life chips and all that. Well, I get up and I start walking over there.
Well, it's evening.
It's
right? So
evening.
we're staying here.
Yes.
We're not. Are we staying at the Silk Purse? Where did we decide to stay?
The Silk Cloud.
Cloud, whatever. The purse is somebody else, right?
Yeah, it's that organization that
They'll be pissed
That
off.
pretends like they're an authority and that they're doing it for the better good, but they're a
Yeah.
bunch of crooks.
Silk Purse. That's right.
Yeah, well, bid adieu to Jade.
Ujidi. Like shitty.
Jade.
like shitty with a Z.
Well, we got the flattened hook, we got the lucky pig, we got the golden.
Flattened hook. That's what it was.
Gold pig.
Golden.
Oh.
The gold inn and the something pig.
Lucky pig.
Lucky pig. But you can stay here as well. This place has rooms.
And we're already here.
I feel like still before we decide to just hop off on this new route, is there any word of this messenger being around? Can we?
I mean, he hasn't like had a chance to send off word. It might take a while to get that information. If you are going to be leaving, he says, like, if I get the information, I will, write it all down and have it waiting for you. Or if there's a place that you want me to send it to,
Let's do
Our
that.
second messenger to go find the.
I could,
or-
like, if you're going to the Dokebok Hills, I could even send the messenger that way.
Why not?
We'll definitely catch that one.
And
We'll definitely remember this as we start to leave the Tobacco Hills. We're just like, so this guy walks by and like Wiley describes, and we're like,
Yeah.
cool.
okay.
So anyway, we're
Yeah,
back
yeah,
on.
yeah,
there we go.
We're gonna have a trail of just like newly hired messengers finding old messengers that follow the ley lines and make some kind of crazy ritual go off.
We're putting a neural network together. We're just not telling anyone.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll stand here this time.
And how are we paying for all of them? Who knows?
Rocks.
Rocks.
Since you have agreed to this, Shadi takes care of your bill. So it says you can stay here, and like the heirs of Kirin will cover this expense so that you can set off worry-free in the morning.
Well, thank you. I'll go find a place to snore. Wait, it's still early afternoon, isn't it?
It's late evening, right?
No, because we wanted it to be evening.
Oh,
so
yeah,
you
he
can
said
say
it
good
was-
evening.
He said it was later afternoon, so by this point we're probably into early evening.
Okay. Cool. Well, I'm gonna go find a place to rest, man.
Let's try not to set this hotel on fire.
That would be bad.
We haven't set a hotel on fire.
The Traveler's Lodge.
One was in a hotel, and we didn't set it on fire.
Listen, I'm using the royal we.
It got set on fire, but we didn't do that. Stupid halfling idiot.
You're a halfling?
Hard. I'm a fulling.
He's a 1.5 halfling.
Yeah.
1.5.
Yeah. Or a bastard son.
I mean, unless anyone else can think of a reason why we need to hang out, do more investigating, I think it's about time to just get some rooms and chill out before we head out. Unless we want to travel at night.
I think I've got all my spells on.
Because what's the worst that could happen?
Right. Get this crazy little light show with this little.
Yeah. I'll make fireworks.
Let's travel at night. I want fireworks.
Where did we decide to sleep?
What?
Here, they have rooms at the Soak Cloud.
That's so proud.
That sounds terrible.
I already bought everything we wanted, so I guess we just
Jitty's-
rest here and
Jitty's
head
putting
out.
us up for the night.
Yeah. All right, you guys can get a meal before you go to sleep. Get another round of plum wine, and then retire to some fairly comfortable rooms. They're not huge. They're not here to like become a temporary living place, but they are just well appointed,
Right.
small, comfortable rooms.
Boy, I love human servings.
Oh, they come and fight.
When we sleep overnight, does that count as a long rest
It does.
per se?
What else would you consider a
I
long
just
rest?
wanted to make sure.
Do we need like a massage to get
I
a
have a
long
so
rest?
many I need to do before I go to sleep.
Yeah.
There's a mystery dum dum too.
So you're summoning her.
What are you summoning? That's not much of a
Do
mystery.
you want to choose what your familiar is and looks like, or do you want me to give you something?
I think we should vote.
Shoot, from the line.
Vote for who gets to choose.
Oh, or vote for yourself.
I'd be kind of curious to see what you would come up with.
It's a fish just flopping on the ground.
It's just forever.
You're right. It is a fish. It's a koi with whiskers, a whiskered koi with wings, and little hands, little like T-Rex arms. This little like koi spirit appears, and it's this familiar. The familiar is one of your master's little figments that he runs around and has do things, and he goes, it's about time you summoned me.
I'm in the next room, just looking at the wall. Oh.
He kind of flits through the air, kind of fish-like. His wings don't beat together; they beat one at a time. So he goes as he kind of goes over and perches on the windowsill, looks out. He's like, been out here on your own a week? Haven't even summoned me? Well. I'm sure you have a lot of questions being away from the nest. All right, hit me with all the questions you got and how lost you are. Put you out back on the right track.
How lost are you?
What does zoologist mean?
Does this thing have a name?
Go ahead.
A koi fish with arms, whiskers, and wings.
Bolivia.
Say Bolivia?
Yeah.
What is it with you and places up near?
I just think it'd be a funny coincidence in fantasy for some like made up name to happen to be a place in the real world.
Yeah. Be a little odd. It should be like a random assortment of like word letters and sounds, like plinkered, kibble. Or are you writing it down before you tell it?
Oh, I mean, I'm gonna write.
And Mappa people, Mopa peep.
Ali ule ole Hawaii was weird when we got there. 'Cause at first I was like, what the fuck? Like, you can't read any of that shit. It's ridiculous. But after about 3 or 4 days of hearing it and seeing it everywhere, it makes more sense. You can at least pronounce
Got it right.
Like, yeah, we're wahoo and like Taylor's like, good. I'm like, right on. But it was like the first day we were there, she's like, we're gonna make a left on Palawala, and then on the right we'll see Alahihi. You're gonna pass Alahihi, Anahawawa, and then you're gonna make a right on Palawala. And I'm like, you're just making this shit up. And you look on the GPS, and I'm like, that's exactly what it says. Like, I don't know how she was remembering it, but goddamn, not a lot you can do with 13 letters except make your words really long.
Yeah.
Give it a name later. I need
All right.
some time on that one.
Life altering decision. His name should be Lifesaver. He's a little fish.
Lifesaver. We're going with like a more legit name.
Swedish.
Sweet. Get over here, whiskey.
Swedish fish.
Do I actually need to ask him questions right now?
Nope, you can say, no, I got it.
You don't have to play the game, no. You know?
I can ask him how Ethereum's doing. You
Yeah.
good?
He is perfectly in order and contemplative on his mountain.
Has he got any messages recently from a messenger?
Messages. Probably messages. What?
Are you playing coy with me?
Hey.
I technically already have an inspiration, so I can't.
You can have the double because you've got
Oh.
candy. You can have the special
Well,
one and the normal.
There was some group hate there.
It's a thing. It's been started now, boys.
Oh, yeah. He is. He's doing.
Oh,
He's playing the
yeah.
bard.
The old man did get a messenger and kind of encouraged you to get out there. And I see from where we are, you took the bait. So did you talk to those monks?
They are dead.
What?
But well, I guess, yeah, the larger than normal fellow that's with me actually acquired some tattoos from one of them.
Huh. I'll have to take a look at those.
Yeah, I don't know what those are about.
How do you know this thing?
How are you there in his room?
Oh.
What
are you talking to?
Who's the moon watcher here?
Flutter in from the outside. Hey, there's a fish on your windowsill.
I sneeze. You look out the window. Like, oh, hey.
And also, technically, we could be talking in absolute silence.
Yeah, telepathically communicating. But this guy likes the sound of his voice.
I accidentally activate my tattoos and it's just wild.
And then you
Fucking shit.
boom, and you pull out your arms as well.
Yeah. Oh
Punching
no.
holes in the
They told me I might be going through some changes soon.
Hair in weird places.
Arms in weird places.
Meanwhile, Dune's like, this is the first time Dune's ever had his own room.
Gross fur.
Yeah.
They're always a little off, like just enough. Like, God damn it. You try to use it for stuff, and
Like Peter Griffin when he was doing the Ren Fair. He's trying to do everything with a lance.
Basically, the revelation that
thinking like whose line where somebody
Ethereum
else
did
is your
get a
hands.
message, sent you out in response to that message. But being the enigmatic people have to have their own agency kind of man he was. He didn't tell you where to go or what to do, just that. And you ended up here. Like your fate is being manipulated by an old man on a mountain.
I was regret even summoning this guy.
I've
Why, like,
been
why haven't
waiting.
you done it yet?
10 gold of incense for this.
That's a lot of incense.
Except for
Holy shit! What did?
It's just really expensive.
Oh, okay. I was just like,
Yeah.
I was like, Knock Chomp is like $1.99
Yeah,
and
if you ever-
$20.25. I was like, what the fuck?
have you ever seen the like the places that sell incense like
Mhm.
raw, like in a
Yeah.
basket, like all piled up?
No, wow.
Or like those coils that we see them for like mosquitoes, but they do those coils in other places. They'll be so heavy you gotta lift them with a forklift.
Whoa.
That's what I'm thinking. You're like, I'm gonna summon this thing. What's the smoke pouring out of your room? It's like drowning in
It does
incense.
take, whoever's keeping track of cash,
Does take the 10
it
gold?
does take 10 gold every time you summon it. So if he dies, 10 gold, 10 minutes, new guy.
And a point of constitution.
Anymore.
I don't remember the last time I had a dum dum. I can say about halfway through it, I still don't know what flavor it is. They put
The thing
mystery.
Makes you
The mystery
dumbfounded.
flavors, I'm pretty sure, are when they change from one flavor to another on the line. It's that
In between.
mix.
Yeah.
of two
Oh.
flavors.
Huh.
It is weird. It's like a strawberry cream, but not very flavorful either. It's kind of like a generic sugar pop. Which I guess a dum dum kind of is anyway.
Anything else before you guys succumb to sweet, sweet unconsciousness?
Mm-mm.
Like I said, Dune's never had his own room. He's probably already asleep. He's like, oh, it's so quiet.
Yeah, I'd
While you're talking to a
probably
fish.
talking to him for a little while.
Your
Like,
fight
just let him
tattoos.
know like what we've encountered so far, who I'm traveling with, like just give him the details of everything.
Righto.
Hysteria is a mystery.
Kitsune, huh?
Where
Don't
is she?
trust her. She's with you. She's been.
He's telling
No, like,
me,
we're all
or
sleeping
he's
in our own
saying
rooms?
he doesn't.
Yeah, you're all in your own rooms.
So she's here in somewhere in her own room.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
he's telling me not to trust her, or he's just saying he doesn't trust her.
He's telling you to not trust her.
Okay.
Don't trust Kitsune.
You just hear all the thrashing around from my room. You assume she was teaching me, having another body language session with me.
Gross.
Then it's time to begin our slumber.
All right. You guys all get a long rest if you need it.
Yeah, I took it anyway, just in case.
Yep. Yeah. Might as well hit the buttons, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Doesn't hurt not to.
I used a spell slot to find familiar, I believe. So
Mhm.
that's why I
Get
was
that.
like,
Actually,
back.
you get a free cast of that.
do I?
I don't. You
Like-
have
It's very weirdly like shown on the page, so
Yep.
I'm like, can I just do it? Just
because you get that from your magic initiate feat, right? Is that what you got it from?
That's backgrounds. Beats is.
Yeah.
Sure did.
So you have this on. If you go to your features and traits, you can see it there. You just have a one-time cast of it, for free. But
was that
for
why?
free, not as a spell slot, not
Gotcha.
free as in
So that's why it's down.
still costs.
You probably had a cool setup with because if it didn't cost the 10 gold, you probably did have like some kind of like ritual thing you had to do that.
Because
You probably even because like this is your magic initiate feat that gave you that. So you're from your sage background. So your sage literally gave you something to summon this guy, like a little incense holder that's gold. You
Yeah.
pour in there, and
He had to snort 3/4
And,
pound lines, so
yeah.
it's
so
just like
in the spell.
I mean, it takes me an hour to like
yeah, I bet it
Yeah.
would.
bring this dude about. So
So-
it's got to be.
If you
Only
see
an
on
hour to
your
snort 3
spell
lines.
list,
Yeah, that's good for you.
it says use
It's very
instead
spicy.
of cast.
It's fucking spicy.
Oh.
And when you hit that, it
How
doesn't
is it?
use one of your slots.
Almost.
So if you just hit that, it just boink, and then you can use it again, but it would cast a slot. It would use a slot.
What's wrong? Everything tastes
Oh,
like Hobby
interesting.
Lobby.
Oh, so does my. Interesting.
Because you have your third level, so you have a spell from being an elf.
Say so. I have.
It's so weird to see species.
I have
Yeah.
Like,
detect
Oh, yeah.
magic that I can just use, and then I could also use it as a cast.
Yes, and you can also use it as a ritual.
at some point, we're going to be called
So if
race
you have 10
consultant
minutes.
when we're old, because we still say race when we're talking about
D&D.
race little guys.
I'm from another time.
They don't mean
It
it
was
like
different times back then.
Grandpa means it like lizard and cat man, not like black people and Indians.
It used to be cat folk.
Cat folk.
Species.
They're herring gone.
Yep, take magic. Once
Go
for
to
long
sleep,
rest
Grandpa.
for free as an
I
action.
don't have any kids.
You can use it without an action, or as an action as a spell slot after
Annoying
you
people
use
that are
the
getting
free
paid
ones.
to deal with me.
Or if you
Not
have
worth
10
it.
minutes, you can just cast it as a ritual without having to use a spell slot.
I wonder if nursing home
Anything
D&D
with
is
an R.
awesome.
I don't know.
But
Anything as a ritual.
Is a
could be-
ritual.
It's like
Yeah.
our parents.
I knew
were
what you mean
the
a
first
ritual, I just
people to
didn't know
really
that
play
meant,
it,
like,
and they're not
technically you could
quite
do it
in the
without
nursing homes
Yeah.
yet, so it's not
Using
really
a
a
spell
thing.
slot
Mhm.
as long as you take the time to do it.
Yep.
Okay.
Our age group, I
10
think, where
minutes.
it's going to be
Yeah,
really
10 minutes
heavy.
plus the
It's
time
really,
it takes
we're
to cast
stuck
the
in a
spell, so
room. Let's roll
technically
dice.
10 minutes in one round. Or one round.
Got it.
Alright.
I've heard nothing but great things about prison D&D.
Mhm.
You have to do weird things because a lot of places won't let them have dice.
Dice, yeah.
So there's entire like playing card deck
Yep.
dice ones and a couple other things they do. All right, you guys, rise. You have visions of 10 burial shrouds and these tattoos on you writhing around.
Oh, great.
The lay of the land swirling around you.
The wisdom. Get it out of my head.
Jade lady with big jade arms tossing you up and down like a baby.
This part can stay.
I feel like you're like Jade lady with real big jade arms, and I was like arms. Is that what
Puppies, puppies. This is fun. This part can stay.
Yeah, I don't get picked up a lot. That was the moon watcher. Then I wake up, or do I die in my sleep?
No, you wake up.
All right.
Make a roll.
Fuck.
It used to be like, see if you wake up.
Shit.
What'd you get?
For the number of death.
Number of death. All right, so everyone but him wakes up.
Because I was already wide awake.
I don't know, if we weren't playing an Asian themed game, I'd be like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Wake up, get some millet.
Some kanji.
Yeah, there we go. Even better.
You got
So
any sugar or syrup?
they do. Yeah.
I'll take both.
Plum syrup.
Oh.
Made black-eyed peas and rice for the first time since my mother passed away, because that's like the New Year's tradition in the South.
You had that too, huh?
So I made it, but like, watched several different videos, and I'm like, okay, I just want to do like hungover. I just want to do this simple, so I just threw it all in one pot. Well, if you cook the rice as long as you need to cook beans and all that other stuff, because it was like dry beans, it wasn't from the can.
Right.
It basically turned into kanji. Like the rice turned to mush. It was really good, but the texture was off. Like I ate a ton of it, but that's like, oh, now I see why in the videos they cook the rice separate and like you put the black-eyed peas over the rice. But inadvertently I made kanji.
Was it with you folks that I was talking about like apparently dried beans, if you don't really cook them, like a lot of them are like poisonous. Like kidney beans, if you don't fully cook kidney beans, you can get really sick.
If you didn't fully cook your kidney bean either, I feel like that's your fault, because you can like breathe on a kidney bean and it'll fucking.
Right.
What happens a lot is when you're cooking them and you like you do with pasta, just like try some as you're cooking through, try to see if it's done.
There was some video I watched from Adam Ragusa where he talked about like there's just a bunch of stuff, cashews and things like that unless you prepare it right is poisonous. A lot of legumes, a lot of beans. That there's a reason you have to soak them and cook them. And
Interesting. Never knew. Jackson brought that to my attention. I was like, that can't be right, you dumb kid.
You looked it up?
Yeah, I looked it up. I was like, holy shit, he's totally right. Yeah.
Roll some dice.
Great sickness damage.
Oh no.
That little weird koi thing that I don't know. Four poison.
You should see this thing next
Oh yeah, so this thing's just floating around you. What's the
Ray of sickness. You lose a constitution point.
So yeah, this when he comes down, this thing is like floating alongside of him. It's a silver koi with whiskers, like little T-Rex
little
arms,
mud skipper?
little arms, little mud skipper arms. He's got his tail and these big kind of like cartoony like wings. They don't have feathers, but they have feather like shape, so they're kind of flappy.
They're like gloves.
Yeah, they basically look like bloop, 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 and it's just floating on over this guy's shoulder.
Do you see that too?
It's the tiniest kaiju I've ever seen.
The yokai.
That's right. Don't you forget.
It talks, means we can't eat it.
That's not entirely true. There's a lot of things that talk you can eat.
Like what?
Parrots. some crows.
I'm new to meat, so this is all blowing my mind right. So I guess we introduce ourselves to this creature.
Oh, are you guys actually asking me what this is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Downstairs with a
Downstairs.
flying fish with arms that's talking to us. We're like, what the fuck is that?
This is my familiar.
What's his name?
To be determined.
Conti.
Conti.
Conti. Get out my charcoal. How you spell it?
Kunty.
Conti the Koi.
C-O-N-T-I. I'm guessing.
C-U-N-T-Y.
What do you say?
How do you spell it?
C-O-N-T-I.
I'm just kidding. I don't know how to write.
I'm just over here coloring. Mysterious, like, oh, so that's what we're doing. Hi. It's all like, squints its eye.
Yeah, it was serious. Like, oh, you could absolutely eat things that talk.
I didn't ask you.
Yeah, when it's like crows and parakeets and he's like talking koi, you can totally eat talking koi. Don't let them convince you otherwise.
Let's sell your fish to the barkeeper.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, you just summon another one and you sell it. It's free money.
As you arrive, besides having bowls of kanji out for you, Evening Rain is wrapping up some trail rations for you. She's made some fresh food that has some good preservations and good preserved fresh food
Oh, thank you.
for your journey.
Unwrapping it so I can start eating that.
He never has rations because I have food, I eat food.
Right.
Why wouldn't you? It's right there.
Every giant we have, I feel like I owe it something because of Brawl. I'm
Yeah,
always like,
poor Brawl.
make sure we feed that giant, make sure it gets enough water.
What do we do?
We would remember he
did-
took double water rations. You could make water, I could make water, and we were only giving Brawl a half-day ration every day, so we had a surplus. He had to drum up his own food, even
And
though
then you
were
made him
making
carry
food.
it.
Yeah, it was.
He was carrying
shitty.
everyone's packs.
I don't remember how it came to that. We started picking on Brawl, and we just stuck with it. It was like the meanest
What
we've ever
happened
done.
with his boot? What did we do with?
I think
Do you
that
remember the incident with the boot?
Well, he had talked about like rolling an at one and like finding and like there's a boot has an orc in it, and I think we rolled a one, and so he kind of played off of that. But was that also the drug session? Yeah,
There was-
so we fixated on a couple of weird things in the drug session. Brawl was the only one that counteracted this centipede. Is that what it was? Or what? Some creature had mind altering effects to us, and we were losing like connection to reality. But we kept failing all of our saving throws, so we had no fucking clue what was going on. But Brawl had advantage against it because he's low intelligence or something like that. It was
Something like that.
he just picked us all up and brought us out of the cave, and we were like, "Why are we out of the cave?" Like no one was like, "Thank you." We were like, "Why did you drag us outside?"
Oh man.
Big centipede in there is going to eat you.
Yeah,
Yeah, but something happened. We're like, oh, we discovered something. It was like, oh, it's Brawl's boot.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what happened to like get us to that point, but we were like,
That was always a joke from old Shadowrun. When you fail your perception, you find a boot. It's a big boot. It's a troll's boot. There's a troll in it because the troll was the one failing the perception.
Yeah.
Found my own boot, didn't I? Yep, you found your own boot.
Was playing L5R, and there's a scene where there's like 15 people in the same room because it was like there was an announcement about to happen, but there was someone doing something sneaky in it, and so everyone got to roll perceptions, and one person just got like the lowest you could possibly get, and just like pulled a frog out of their pocket. And just
Distracted everyone.
yeah, exactly. It did. Anyway, so
That's those rolls that are like, it's group rolls for a reason because it's not the will they succeed, it's will they fail. Like a room of 15 people,
right.
will they not see this guy walking through
Yeah.
like that's going to assassinate someone?
Yeah.
Nope, they aren't. They're going to see this fucking frog.
That's pretty much what happened. That guy got.
So you're down there. You're eating some breakfast. You got some free rations, and good to go when you are ready.
off to Tofuaka.
Tofu waka, tofu waka. I started singing the tofu waka song.
is Conti coming with us?
He's coming everywhere with us now.
I country.
Maybe we should hang a jingle bell.
He's got flying envy. He used to be the only one that could fly. Now there's someone else here, so we kind of. It'll be all right, buddy. I'll just stay on his shoulder.
It's weird.
That's what we say about you, Mysterious says.
Yeah.
Weird one person can fly.
I'm not even worried about the flight stuff.
You know, but that thing is very weird.
Yeah. Plus, they seem to be at odds at touch too. That'd be like a weird thing to bring with you. That would be so strange to have a familiar that you didn't like. People are like, what's that? Like, it's like fucking familiar. I just say it like that. I don't know. He's a dick. Don't talk to him.
I think Ecuador was an evil aligned. It was a fiendish chameleon.
Yeah, fiendish doesn't mean it's
Yeah.
evil aligned, but yeah.
I think that was more like it would just take commands that were a little bit meaner, or like sacrifice yourself. Like
I don't think Nita was very nice to him.
He really enjoyed when you put him on anyone else's
yeah,
shoulder.
yeah, yeah.
Like when you gave him to Kara-Tur,
Yeah.
like he'd be like, finally away from that thing.
He was on Kara-Tur's shoulder for quite a long time on that adventure.
I feel like for a while we just kind of considered it hers. Like she
Yeah.
has this bonus because she has Ecuador.
Well, mainly it was anything Kara-Tur sees, he sees, because
Mhm.
Ecuador was always with him.
Also hearing Smiley Mountain start singing the Getting Tofu at Tofuaka Hills. I pull out the dulcimer and start playing along.
Yay.
Always love a good song when we travel.
Drumming,
But all the
drumming.
bandits and anything in the hills know we're fucking coming.
Yeah.
You guys are heading out?
Instrument.
You hit the road? Start trucking? Is
Yep.
that the plan?
Start trucking, start drumming, start gonging.
The only instrument I have is a crowbar. I'll tap my crystal on it. Ding, ding.
Mysteria will sing.
There we go. Like a merry band. Tofu Waka. Come on. You know you want to.
Goes, but it's tofu waka.
Yeah. I just
Tofu
mutter
waka.
between.
It's like a rule in my class. One of the kids will start singing it, so the other ones sing it because they know it, and it'll singing catches on, which is great. It's beautiful. But not in my fucking science class. Like I was telling them, it's not music. Stop it. Like because now everyone is singing
There's no
instead of
music
like.
inside.
Well, you can hum to yourself. It's all good. But like, if 9 of the kids are singing a song, and can't hear me. We're not paying attention to what we're doing anymore.
That's how it goes.
It's the worst too because I know it means you're having a good time. Like you're
Yeah.
really happy in this room. You're like you literally burst into song, and I'm like
Yeah.
not singing.
No
You
fun.
remember
over
Galen?
Yeah, it's like
You got Galen all high, and you just.
yeah. I didn't tell him to stop. He could do it all he wanted. He just kept missing his turn cues and stuff because he was like clapping and like looking off into the distance.
Taco Bell.
I finally tried the chicken nuggets the other night.
How were they? Someone told me they were good.
They're actually not too bad.
Yeah.
They're not too bad.
That's what that
And
ad was for, actually.
They've got protein, like
Hmm.
a lot
Yeah,
of protein.
they're because the only reason I wanted to try them is because like I follow a lot of like social things where, like better things to eat, like blah blah blah, when I'm trying to be fit. But they're like the Taco Bell chicken nuts, like their nutrient
Mhm.
list is actually pretty darn good. Besides the sodium, the sodium is pretty high, but like the amount of protein they have them, like Taco Bell doesn't use real anything. How the hell are they coming out
Right.
here using real chicken or something?
Yeah, it's real chicken, but it's also the breading is
Tortilla chips.
chips. Corn tortilla chips. So it's like
A little better than processed flour.
Because one of these people suggested, like, yeah, you just get a thing of the like nuggets and get the like pintos and cheese. And, like, you have a good high protein, high fiber little like meal right there.
Huh. I
A
wonder-
little bit on the sodium heavy, but and I was dipping them in fire sauce. It was
Yeah.
delicious.
I'm just thinking that
Sounds pretty
it's
great.
got to be an effective ad campaign. 'Cause every single person in the room is like, oh yeah, well, how are they? Oh, we all know exactly what it is and what they're made of. But I wonder if it's because McDonald's just fucked up this year, like the worst that they've ever done. Like all 4 quarters, I think they lost money.
Huh.
It's because their prices keep going
Yeah.
up, and everyone keeps being like, but why? Like
Yeah,
nothing
that's
has
literally the
improved.
only reason I ever
Yeah.
go to you,
It's
McDonald's.
nothing. You haven't improved or done anything different except for like remove the orderings in impetus. Like you can walk in and do it on a kiosk now if you want. That's it. That's the only
Yeah.
improvement.
You've cut costs and somehow
Yes.
raised all the prices.
And so people have been not going to McDonald's as like almost anywhere near what they were, and so they just keep having like worse and worse times. And everyone keeps telling we know exactly what it is. It's too expensive. That's what they keep saying. So they keep trying to figure out something else to bring us back in without adjusting the price. It's like, hey, you waited too long. Now this is going to happen. Taco Bell's going to start selling stuff that you sell, and we're going to just keep going to Taco Bell because their prices are higher than they were, but nothing like McDonald's. Remember the good old early 2000s Taco Bell?
Oh man,
I'll
the
get
dollar
6
menu
tacos.
was
Dude, fucking A. I was like, I'll get 6 regular tacos. Regular tacos were 69 cents.
Yeah.
I'll get 6 regular tacos, a bean and cheese burrito, and one of those Mexican pizzas. They're like $8.50. You're like, cool, thanks.
I used to live on those
Oh.
cheap ass hard
I
shell
mean,
tacos,
you
man.
could still go in there and get like one of their like taco packs or whatever for like $15. And you come back and like, why do I have 30 items? Like, who am I feeding with this day?
Right now, like a 10 chicken nugget meal is like $12.
I still buy just single tacos. They're like just over $1 now. So I'll just get like 3 tacos. I'm like, what do you mean this is like $5 after tax?
So you guys head out from where? Where was it?
Oh, I
From
know
the
it's still Cloud, but I don't remember the name of the town.
Yinching.
Yingqing.
And you start heading down a path.
Tofuaka.
It's not on here, but it's basically up in these areas. Actually, you can just reskin the Rindai Hills. A little portion of the Rindai Hills is actually Tofuaka. You may even like take a boat down the riverways and then.
Wasn't there supposedly like a rumor of like some piece of heaven on high on this river corner?
Yep.
Did we learn that?
So if we take the boat, we might be able to knock out both.
We might run into a little something else on our journey.
Well, I mean, if we run into the dark sky, that's all also information.
Really, after nothing too exciting happens on the first leg of the journey, you're going down a path that is not readily utilized right now. It would generally be the trade route from Tofuaka to Yinching, which is normally pretty busy. But because of the 9 Days of Thunder, there's not a whole lot of people moving goods and all that stuff, and almost all relief and all goods and services and everything, even the carts and the beasts of burden, are more heading towards Low 2 now to go shore up the wall. So you're kind of like just a nice open air country walk down a pretty barren road as you head towards the hills. And like your second day, about 3/4 through the day, as you're walking, there is just a person coming towards you. And just a small person walking your way.
Like regular sized person?
Is it a regular? Still taller than you.
Yeah.
But they're just walking down basically the path that we're walking.
Just the path, yeah. Eventually, when you guys get closer, you just see this gnome just kind of striding, kicking his feet up, whistling. I know. Hey! And you can see that he's got threadbare clothing. His patches have holes. He looks sunburnt and scuffed up and dirty. This guy just looks like a total vagabond.
Yeah.
We don't have any change.
Do you want some?
No thanks.
Howdy, folks. What's got you out on this lovely day? Is it a lovely day?
It's
Is it? The day wasn't described to us.
every day's a gift.
That's why they call it the present.
Hey! I like you.
Well, let's keep going.
No time like the present.
You guys stay here and talk.
All right, folks. Well, you have a good day then. That's all there is to it. What is this way, by the way?
Pointing back to Yinching.
You're just pointing down the road where you guys came from.
Yeah. So just describe. It's just pretty.
I show him the map.
Oh.
Yeah.
Pretty decent, isn't it?
I drew the snails myself. Actually, I drew the whole thing myself.
He's got like a
I hope.
kind of like collar. It used to be like a cloak wrap that it was around, but like the cloak has been torn off, so it's just a piece of fabric. The collar comes up here, and his beard actually like just spills out of his collar, like up, goes down from his face, but up and over his collar. He's like, beard comes out.
Gross.
Yeah. Oh, Yin Ching, huh? Is it a nice place?
It's big.
Huh? Okay. All right. Well, have fun.
What are you up to?
What? About 3 foot.
Where are you coming from? my friend?
Oh, I just walk, and walk. I love walking. Call me the walking man.
This guy seems suspicious as fuck.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you mean you're just walking? Where are you walking from?
That way. I was down that part of the road. Not much going on that way. You guys might as well just turn around. It's kind of boring.
There's no pieces of a broken tower over that way.
A broken what?
You know, tower, really tall. Looks small from far away.
It won't look like a tower. It does look small from far away. God damn it, I remember what I was going to say now.
Tower, huh?
It won't look like a tower because it's fallen down. Describe the cubes instead, or the rectangle rooms.
I think you should.
Oh,
describe
yeah,
the
sure.
basics.
I've seen those all over the place.
Is there one nearby?
Sure, yeah. Back that way. Anyway,
Did you come out of the tower?
I gotta be honest, guys. I just don't know what's going on about with the tower.
Oh, there's a lot of pieces that have been falling around. We're just kind of curious about. There's like the goodies. Pull out the celestial scales like this.
Oh, doesn't that look pretty?
It does.
You give it to me as a gift?
Sure.
I love it. Like, because we think there's something up with this guy, like the conversation is so unnatural. We're like, look at our stuff. Where are you going? I should have cut this guy loose a while ago. But
I meant to give it to the monks, but they're dead now.
All right. Well,
What's your business in Yangqing?
I don't know.
You know,
Just heading that way,
did you see
seeing
any,
where the road will take me.
Did you see any of the dark skies back the way you came? I
No,
described
it's
it.
been pretty
I described it.
clear.
I got it. I described the dark skies.
Oh, nope. Never heard of them.
You should see the silk cloud if you make it there. It's a nice place.
Silk Cloud, huh?
What is your purpose on your walk? Do you have like a destination you're trying to get
No,
to?
I am
guy's like,
just
"What the fuck
living
do you want
life.
from me?"
You know, just enjoying it.
I mean,
One
you just
day
gave
at a
him the
time.
scales. You guys are like getting very specific in your questions. I don't know what's going on here.
No, I'm just curious. I'm not suspicious of this guy whatsoever, man. This is practically a monk I'm talking to here. They're just living the here and now.
Yeah, we let him go.
All right.
Because,
He starts walking off.
Bye.
Hey, buy scales.
Buy scales, buy artifact we got from the tower.
Why did you do that?
He asked for it. We were gonna give it to the monks. This is
You
my
didn't-
mouth
you
reading.
You showed him it first off, and
Yeah.
then he's like, "Oh, is that a gift for me?" And then you're like, "Sure." So he didn't really.
Nobody said a word.
I think I didn't understand what the scales were really at first, but no, I mean, what are we going to do with them if we were supposed to give them to the monks? They're dead.
We'll probably just
I
end
mean,
up with the silk cloud.
Just to remind you, like that, those scales could sense good and evil.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were magical.
Well, shit. Now what?
Did it change when you handed them to him?
There's nothing on them.
And
Well,
you still have the weights. You just gave him
Yeah.
the scale.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
so if I was
should I not have done that?
to maybe detect magic right now, is it just gonna be like, "Oh, there's scales"?
There's scales. Yeah. You want to detect that?
I do want to detect magic.
Yeah, there's scales. Walking off that way.
Thorn whip him back.
Just gonna attack him
No,
every
I'm just kidding. No, really. No. I mean, there was an odd exchange.
Oh,
But-
should I not have done that?
I don't know, whatever. I'm not saying like your exchange was odd. Like everything we did there was a little weird. He
What?
described somebody walking down the road, so we're like, "Ooh, plot. Let's force plot."
It
No.
did seem to just waft a sort of
Yeah,
weird.
you guys just jumped the gun on being like dark skies. Like, just
Well, I mean,
talk
those
to a
would be-
person like a person.
Those would be legitimate questions. I'm like, hey, we ran into these dark skies. Have you seen any of those up ahead? No. Have you seen any of the tower? Yeah, lots of them. Where? Can't tell you. Like, that's the weird shit about it. These are normal conversation parts. His responses have been very strange.
And
We weren't just talking. We're like, was there a piece that might have been up ahead on the?
Mhm,
Yeah.
supposed to
and
be. but-
Wisteria is like, who doesn't know what heaven on high is? You could have seen it through the entire province.
Mhm. Or he's on a road leaving from one way to another that only goes one direction. He has no idea what's at the end of the road. The
All you have
map
to
was
do
a
is
shock
look
to him.
around. If you're from Mayan, you know what heaven on high is. You can see
Yeah.
it from the entire province.
Unless he's from the inside of it.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
And he came out of the tower. Yeah.
No, I mean, we got it from inside the tower. The scales from inside the tower. Guess it belongs to them more than us.
That's what I was thinking.
I don't think you were thinking.
I kind of was. I really thought this guy was.
Was what? Just a random vagabond that you were like, you know what? This
No, like something
look like
odd
you-
about
this-
him.
this priceless thing that I got from a thing, I should just give away to this dude.
I'm sure it's got a price.
$5.
My character needs a fucking smoke break from you guys.
He's just whistling and he's like swinging the scales around like a flail. Like, just walks off into the distance.
If he is from inside, those
Can I
pieces.
turn around
should
and
be-
yell? Is he still in hearing shot of us?
Probably, yeah.
Hey, do you got a name? Fizzle.
What's yours?
Rob's trying to fizzle steals the scale.
A Malxador.
That's a nice name.
I know you're
Should we-
making fun of us, but
Now
what
I-
are we
now I
supposed to
have to
say?
yell.
Should we warn him that there's a faction out there trying to?
I did, Dark Skies. I told him about it and asked him if he'd seen him. He said no.
Okay. But if he is from inside there, you might want to know that they might be looking for people like him to take for the.
That's a good point. It would give us a reason to go talk to him again. Wait, hold up!
Run after him.
This dude's like, what
Race
the
you.
fuck, man? I literally just want to walk. I'm sorry.
We
I
don't know
didn't
that he's gonna think. He hasn't seemed to care exactly what's going on. He's just like, let's run back over to him.
All right.
All right, yes.
We catch up.
When you like call out,
He gets there first.
What?
I won the race.
Hey, one way or the other, it's not important to us as much as it is to other people. But if you are from the tower, the dark skies that I described will be looking for you. We're not sure what. The soldiers, the dark skies.
Huh? There's.
Didn't I just explain who the dark skies were to you?
I was confused too, but they're actually a group of people that trying to take things from heaven on high.
Does it seem like he already forgot what we were talking about a minute ago?
No.
No. He just doesn't care.
Fizzle, do you
It's just
originate from a city or something around here, or
Oh, you probably haven't heard of it.
Try us?
try us?
He names a city. You can make me a history check.
it's in the heavens.
Quick, name the city, Rob.
You're what?
Name the city.
Name the city? No, that'd be a blasphemy.
That would be a blasphemy.
Oh, yeah.
He's just acting like a spirit creature. I figure between an elf and a fairy, you guys can not be
60.
overcome by his.
Right. We just haven't asked the right question.
He's just full of whimsy.
The book.
The book.
It rings a bell, but it is not a current city in the Empire, you don't think.
I don't have anything to help us, like, talk to the guy. Other than guidance.
What do you think, Conti?
Well, anyway, this road isn't going to walk itself, so
Yeah.
I best be
That's what I figured.
getting on.
All right, stay away from blood scriptures.
Ask him if you can borrow the scales.
Oh, can we borrow these scales?
But you gave it to me.
You did do
But we
that.
gave it
Yeah,
to
we
him.
did. All right, let's get it. Give him the weights then.
Oh, yeah, there's some weights for it. Can show you if something's out of balance. Might be
Oh,
helpful.
there's a handle at the top. Huh. All right.
Pretty nice.
Starts walking, starts swinging. And his weights fall out. You bend over, pick him back up. These don't stay in very well.
I know. It's pretty...
Oh, I guess that's why you had them separate. Let me, he like tries to tuck him into his robe, and as he's walking away, one even just falls out onto the ground because you've got holes in his pockets and all that stuff. So,
Why are your robes so messed up?
yeah, I mean, I'm no good with needle and thread.
How'd they get that way?
Life just happens, right?
I hate this guy.
This will be our third chance to walk away from him. We can just leave before we give him something else.
If I were giving him anything.
Possessions, you just can't take them with you, man.
Bye.
He just keeps on walking. One of the weights is just sitting in the road.
I guess I'll go get that. Which one is it? Is it the Onyx or the...
It's the Onyx. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So he could detect good with it.
Can't detect shit.
Oh my god, good is way overbalancing.
Everything's good. What a good vampire.
Yeah. Well, that was...
Are there good yokai or do they have a different name?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yokai again is just like supernatural. Just
Gotcha.
a word for supernatural. So there are good ones out there.
All right, we continue on. Yeah.
All right, you guys walk on, and when you guys reach stopping point for the night, how you doing camp? What do you?
Are there trees?
Not near the road, and the place you're going through is kind of flat, kind of just plains land. At the
Yeah.
moment.
Then I'll take the first watch while it's still light because I won't be able to help much. I mean, I have dark vision, I think probably, but I won't get any kind of bonus. I can't fly and be discreet. I can't hide in the trees or anything.
How far off the road you going, or you just camping on the road? It's not like people really travel that much.
Yeah. I mean, just to the nearest tree, just kind of like set up something by the...
Well, it's kind of there's not many.
Not a whole lot of trees
so-
around.
Yeah.
Like, do you want to trek off the path long enough to go find some trees?
If it's like a 10-minute walk, then why not?
Yeah. I mean, we'd probably want to find something that just Not
Lean
just be-
against on watch, just something.
not just be out in the open of like a dirt
Yeah.
road. or
Sounds
something.
good. You know, walk a ways off the road. So set up your little camp.
Right. What do I have in camping stuff?
Styria.
I have a tent.
And now, if anything's traveling down the road, we're gonna miss it. But
You can see the road from
Okay,
here, but
okay.
Are we trying to catch that messenger?
No.
So why do you want to see the road just in case something's coming for us?
He says we could see it. So we can
It doesn't sound like we're that far away from the road.
you want to get up in the tree.
Is it? So we did sit next to a tree. Then yeah.
You guys
okay.
went and found some trees.
Yeah. Well, then I can. Well, I still I don't have dark vision, so
You have dark vision, right?
I don't.
Yeah, we went through this last time.
Yeah, I went to my
yeah.
features and
I
traits.
think only me and
You only sleep for 4 hours.
yeah, I was like
You and Wisteria.
Mm-hmm. Do I only sleep for 4 hours? Also?
No.
I gotta
You sleep
somewhere.
for normal.
That's what I thought.
I look for big rocks to make a little perimeter.
I am Fey. I am small.
I don't really find any big rocks.
Yeah, there's no. Nope, no.
He doesn't have elementalism anymore to like push up the dirt and make a little bulwark.
No! Give it back! I'm more mad about that than the scale.
But
I'm
you can
druid
fix your
craft, so
stuff.
I grow a small flower and you can lay on
He
Oh.
just makes a perimeter. He makes a
a fairy ring.
fairy ring
Mm.
around the.
All right, so I'm first. Go to sleep. Quit bugging me.
Okay.
Syria turns into a fox, curls up.
I'll do my meditation, whatever the fuck it is I do.
To the rhythm of my earthly snores.
So who is second one? Who would you wake up afterwards?
Probably me.
So you're gonna watch for 4 hours and then take a night hour.
Mhm.
All right.
That's nowhere near enough. Hey, I doubled it, so 5.
5.
5.
Right. So you're just like,
I'm whittling.
yeah, you're making like you're trying to like refine the map, but you're like,
Play with it.
but you keep drawing on the same map, so you're just making it worse. It's like
I'm
you're
like casting.
like, no, this isn't right. This isn't right.
I'm doing prestidigitation and mending to like
Mend, yep.
fix everything. I'm like, God damn it.
So you're focused on that, but your 4 hours kind of comes up, and you're just sitting there meditating, and you've kind of reached the end of your normal meditation time. You can stay meditating if you want, or you can get up and do stuff.
I'll probably get up and
Then you make a perception. It's hard over his snoring.
Yeah. Tell me what you think of this map.
Sounds like what do they call it when you're polishing stones in like a roller?
Rock tumbler.
Yeah, the
Yeah, rock
tumbler.
tumbler. Yeah.
that would be a 24.
All
I'm
right.
excited. I wanted to do that with the kids.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So if you're
24/7
sitting
in
there
your
and
classroom.
You kind of like your eyes open. He didn't wake you up. He was just waiting for you to finish your meditation so he could go to sleep. He like that, and he's tumbling rocks over there, and Mysteria's all curled up, probably on his chest. Just
Fetch that. Oh, pillow.
Arf. And you're sitting like, just kind of like look around, and you look out, and there's like a fire heading down the road. Just this guttering bright fire just rolling down the road.
Nope, don't see it.
Like how like it's moving pretty quickly.
Yeah,
Like, can I tell if it's like part of like someone's torch or like on a...
Well, if you got a 24, you can like, once you tune out his snoring and you're looking at it and you're like, you kind of hear like a... And this thing's just guttering and spitting, and it looks like it's spinning, fires, and like it's already pretty close. Like you should have been able to see this thing down the road a long ways because it's fire, but it's already like here, so you'd have to run if you wanted to try to get to it on the road before it passes.
Try to get in front of it.
Gotcha.
I mean,
We could probably stop it if we can get up to it in time.
He could definitely get to it.
I was gonna say I
Sleep,
definitely,
though.
yeah, I'd be waking him up and being like,
Oh.
trying to wake everyone. I'm like, can you see this? What is that?
You wake up and you see this tumbling fire just rolling down the road.
Like
Now that-
along the road?
Yep,
Okay.
heading right down the road.
Catch it.
Which direction?
From the way you were heading to the way you came from.
That's weird. I'm just kind of gauge how fast it's going.
Fast.
Fast.
It is. Let's see.
Should we do something about that? What? Have you seen one of those before?
Can't tell what it is from this far. We gotta get closer,
Mm-hmm.
What a race.
of course.
Okay.
I got a head start.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Let's see.
In its set course, like a dragonfly.
Do they have a fox creature? Stat block. How fast is a fox? 30 feet my ass.
Yeah.
Humans can't catch the fox.
It's like werewolf, armor class 11.
Strange.
Don't have anything to turn away weapons. They just have the healing that
Good point.
you have to have magic or silver to hurt them.
What does a DM do?
What does it
What that DM doing?
do? All right. Where else? There it is. You run towards this thing.
Yeah.
You are obviously the fastest.
Innocent.
She's behind you. You're behind. You're behind. So you're zooming out there, and this thing, and you're like going, and you may know what this thing. Like you, Rob, may know what this thing is.
Nope. Not a goddamn clue what that is.
So there's this wagon wheel that is just rolling down on its own with a burning face in the middle of it. Just
Seems nice.
yeah, and it's like
Random ass weapons sticking in it.
yeah, spears and other stuff, and things are flailing everywhere. Like this. Yeah, it's just running down there, and as you're running up, and this thing's like going down, and because its face is facing you, it's like sees you running at it,
Yeah.
and just turns towards you.
Hi, Yokai. Oh, it's coming at
right
me?
at you, and then cuts and just starts doing wheel around you, which is actually like burning a little like fire pit around you. It's like looking at you like, where is he? Where is he?
What a little man.
Yes, yes, little man, Fizzle, where is he?
Why who's asking?
Hell.
Oh. Okay, so
So that's what that looks like. I thought it was a place.
right.
Part of the bureaucracy, celestial bureaucracy.
So like what understanding would I have of hell, I guess? Like, because
Where sinners go, it's where if you have lived a bad life in the celestial bureaucracy or committed a crime against the heavens or man,
yeah.
there's a good chance your soul will go to hell. It's a bad place.
Did he do something wrong to you?
Not me. Not me. I'm supposed to get him back.
Oh. Well, I know where he is. You would like to race? We could sort out there.
Race? Yeah, where is he? Let's get him.
Yeah, she like challenged the wheel to a race. I like it.
Yeah, and I'll just wave to you guys. Go back to find the little guy.
Oh, they flying as fast.
I'm gonna try to race this thing over
All
back
right.
to Fizzle.
Okay.
Dude, you are gonna leave us so far.
Yeah.
It just seems so fantastic, though.
So you're running back down the road, and this thing is racing you, and it's like, this way? It's this way, down the road? The road?
How far away are they?
They were probably like 60 feet ahead of you at the point where they had their little conversation. So you were just getting within like 30 feet when they took off to go race.
So 30 feet is the range, or
30 feet was the closest you got to them before they headed out.
So it's not like I'm super far away.
just trying to decide if I should sleep you or not to keep you from outrunning us, because you're just gonna leave us behind.
But then I could stall them. We're just trying to find out get to the bottom of
level
this.
of this spell? First level. All right.
I kind of like this guy. He's just doing his job.
I don't like this guy. I don't know if I can call him a guy, but
Pratfall, small oily puddle appears under the feet of Smiling Mountain, causing him to lose his balance. Succeed on a dexterity saving throw or be unable to use bonus actions on its next turn as it regains its.
What happens to me?
You don't have a bonus action.
So you don't get your dash.
Yeah.
You
I'm
bastard!
just trying to catch up. It'll pay off. I know you're playing your character great, but I gotta catch you. So.
All right. This thing has a movement of 60, so it's going 120 feet. You don't get your thing. You're 45, or you're.
I'm 45.
So you go 90.
Made you lose your race.
Yeah. So you go 90 as you flip, flip, flip. Let's see if
Wait for us.
the wheel noticed your casting. Noticed the magic. It did not.
No, it was looking for an honorable race.
You just like damned my soul because I'm gonna lose this race.
You bet your soul.
I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah, you don't know exactly. Like you're about to leave us so far behind. It'll take us turns to catch up. I'm just trying to keep up
I
with
feel
you.
like you don't know if he bet his soul either, so you're just like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
exactly.
fuck him
Like-
anyway.
We woke him up to help us deal with a wheel, and then he
So,
ran off before we got a chance to even know what's going on.
Took your action to cast that spell,
Yeah,
which
so-
means you only move 30
30
feet.
feet.
You move 90.
90. Yeah.
It moves 120. You and Wisteria can. Well, Wisteria goes a little bit further, but you move 60. She moves 80.
How long does this bullshit last?
Just
It
that
just
one.
that
turn.
one.
Oh,
just
okay,
that one
okay.
shot.
I literally made you lose your race.
Yeah.
That's it.
For now.
But this thing moves 120 feet every turn, and you're going with all three of your actions.
That'd be 90 plus 45.
135.
Oh.
Right. When you start to win, if you start to pass it, it uses its hyper dash to dash as a bonus action. So it gets an extra 60 feet, but then it falls down. It basically like can't keep the balance.
Oh.
It's like and it kind of falls, which only makes it lose 5 feet of movement because it stands up with 5 feet of movement. So it can go 60, 120 plus 55.
Jeez, 185 plus 55, so 200.
No, 120 plus 55.
Oh, so 175.
175.
It's only 5 feet, not half movement, huh?
Yeah, because it's wheelie fast.
Hmm.
Yeah. That's not me. That's literally in here.
No, I
It's
believe
really
you.
fast. Also, ready to roll is the actual trait that means it can get up for 5 feet of movement. So it falls prone, but it only gets up for 5. So anytime it doesn't use its hyper dash every turn, only when you're about to pass it, it'll like no. It does that little dash and it tumbles and gets back on its thing and keeps going. And this thing is just like you're catching up, but you've been walking for a quarter of a day since that guy was there, so you're going to try to keep up full speed. You need to make con checks for exhaustion.
Sure.
But you guys, are you going to try to do anything else to make this guy slow down? Because he's already on the turn after pratfall. He's
Yeah, he's gone.
90 feet away from you.
Fog cloud.
We're trying to slow down
Him.
Smiling Mountain.
Because if we lose him this next turn, he'll be so far ahead that whatever he encounters, it'll be that many turns before we can assist him, is what I would assume.
You can also try to slow this guy down.
He's so far away, I can't hit him with even my long. He's more than 120 feet away, right?
And
Yeah, so I
fog cloud's
can't catch him.
120 feet, right?
Yeah, so I can
Alright.
only hit you now
So
because you're so fast. Also, oh, I have a free use of it. I got a bunch of free uses. So 20-foot radius. Oh, it's only 20 feet.
yeah. Well, go ahead and make a saving throw. Let's do a wisdom saving throw. What's your spellcasting save? DC save? You.
Oh,
It'll be at the top of your
yeah.
spells.
14.
8 plus 2, 10 plus 4. Yep. Wisdom saving throw.
For me?
Yeah.
Okay. That's going to be a 17.
Okay. So basically, once the fog cloud, the cherry blossom cloud appears around you go, oh, and you just like look straight down at your feet, and you're like, I just need to stay on the path. So you just stay on the path.
Also, 20
And-
feet's like 3 steps for you.
Right, like, and he just pops through the other
I'm
side.
like, I'm out of. That's
and then,
all I can
and
do.
that's
from this
it. Like at
distance,
that point, you guys are now way too far away.
I was like,
So-
I don't have anything.
No, it's all good. We can shoot him with
Constitution
arrows.
saving Do you have any like racial advantage to athletics checks or anything like that? Like,
Well, I am athlete. Let me see.
I'm an athlete, but I don't think that just gave you tavern brawler. Does Goliath give you anything?
Let's see. Creatures and
Not the
troops.
Jade Stower, the Snakes guy. In Final Fantasy 14, the snakes. Like, remember the fight where you go into the water and the snakes?
Yeah,
get your
yeah,
hands on the
yeah.
water? During that fight, you get tethered. And you have to aim those away. Otherwise, the things hit everyone. This is the thing that's tethering you. It's a wheel, and they're facing you.
Oh. Wow.
This is old school Japanese myth. A while ago I got this little
Oh, that is in Stormblood too.
yeah, little fun game of it's very very like painterly Asian aesthetic action game, and this is just one of the RPG enemies you can go up against. This is like old folklore in Japanese mythology.
I do get advantage on getting out of grapples. I didn't know that bit, but no, nothing for that.
All right.
Constitution. Oh, that's a 7. Woo! Maybe I was walking all day.
That is a level of exhaustion.
Yeah, damn it.
A level of exhaustion gives you
-1 to everything. No?
-2 to everything
-2.
and -5 feet of movement.
Oh, jeez.
Remember that it stacks up to 6 times?
Yeah.
No, 10 I think it is now.
Oh,
I
Oh,
think
they
it goes to
changed it?
10, but I'm not sure.
it's just showing me 6 on.
Is it 6? So 6.
Isn't 6 death? Like when you die.
It
at
is
6?
I'm wondering if this character sheet has old exhaustion or new exhaustion.
You know,
Does it say? Where?
what's 5? I might want to use advantage on that actually.
Alright. Condition.
Oh God. 11. Maybe I only needed a 10.
Creatures spend a number of feet equal to 5 times your exhaustion level. When you make a d20 test, your roll is reduced by 2 times your exhaustion. So -2 to all rolls, -5 feet of movement. You got an 11. What did you get before?
I got a 7.
Okay.
Oh, an ad?
Maybe. Sounds like a dog.
Yeah, she sounds like a real dog, man.
The first one is 10, so you're fine.
Oh, cool.
For the first leg.
Oh, but it gets harder, huh?
Yep,
That makes
the
sense.
more you're running, the harder this check gets. So what are you guys doing? They are just blazing down the road,
Yeah.
literally for one of them. You can follow the trail of fire and burned, ground. But you guys are gonna, if you want to try to keep up at full speed, you guys are gonna have to start making exhaustion checks.
This looks like a good place to set up camp. What is Wisteria doing? Is she continuing the chase?
She's chasing, but
Yeah.
she's like not too far ahead of you. Just
Part of me says we're gonna have to just like follow at a normal pace.
Yeah, like
I don't want to leave him by himself, but
I don't think we just like stop. But
I just like if this thing gets to this guy to Fizzle. It's just gonna drag him back to hell. We've never seen these scales again. We might be letting something awful happen. I don't know. It's not like I want to split the party, but it's like
now that you can see what this thing is, make a history.
I was to say, can I make a history
They
check?
said
He
you-
said, like you were saying,
you're
he
playing
might.
Yeah,
your character.
He
You
may
did what
have
they would have
been
done.
person.
We were just trying to figure out how to catch you.
What is?
You're too fast.
Do you have anything that gives you like full advantage on checks, or do you just have your +5?
Hmm.
Yeah, I think I have it like definitely proficient in it.
Your expertise in it.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything else that.
Putting where?
What is the music for this? Huh?
No. All right. Another roll. So it's 5. It's really damn good.
That's 18.
All right. This thing is a. I don't know how to say this probably correctly, but it's a Wanyudo. 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 And the U and the O have little.
On you though.
Wanyudo. The clack of a speeding wheel on a dirt track, regular and thunderous as a racing heartbeat, reverberates through the night. A distant glow grows bright as a wheel wreathed in hellfire, grimacing face at its center, speeds on an unrelenting hunt. It searches for a sinful soul, one which escaped its afterlife of divine punishment. It does not rest. It does not tire. They love their puns. Wheel of Misfortune. While a Wanyudo may be released from the hells to hunt for a specific soul, the fiendish vices often manifest in heinous acts of cruelty and destruction. Should an unfortunate creature be crushed underneath its dogged passage, the recently deceased soul may well find itself surrounded by hellfire and brimstone, despite having lived a kind and virtuous life. So, this thing may just kill or attack wantonly just because it is a being from the hells, and if you get killed by this thing, you're going to hell no matter how good you were. It is there to send people to hell specifically, and it's released from hell to kill souls that have escaped, to take them back.
Yeah. So that's what you know about it, huh?
Yep, that's what he knows way back there. So you guys
What do you know about
are slowing down to a more sustainable pace.
Yeah, just move our regular distance.
I think I'm gonna have to as well, man. Getting exhaustion, I'm not gonna catch him. I can't.
No, but I mean, you don't have exhaustion yet.
That's true. All right.
All right, you keep running,
Yep.
and this thing is yes. This way.
No. Yes. Oh boy.
And he keeps asking you like this way.
Actually, I went that way. And I point back behind me. I think we passed him.
All right, make a deceit. This
Stupid.
what is it?
Now you're trying to trick
Deception.
this thing
Make a deception.
just so you could catch up.
And it's such like I mean, you're kind of an idiot, so it almost sounds like to some people it'd be like, really? But you never know. This thing's like.
Yeah.
So yeah, make a deception.
We're about to see how much intelligence a wheel has.
Mm-hmm.
Ha! Okay. That's a deception, right?
Uh-huh.
Not proficient deception. That's a 19.
Yeah, you don't seem like the kind of guy that lies.
Yeah.
So you just point back the way you came.
Yeah. See,
All right. It just carves as tight a turn as it can possibly do. It goes that way. It just starts heading back, and you're just running forward. You actually have to like hop over the fire because it cut in front of you.
no problem.
And
Acrobatics.
Hey, you guys happy now? Now you get to deal with the wheel.
yeah, and you keep running, and this
Stoked.
thing, like you guys are
Oh, the wheel.
walking.
Oh no,
and
sorry,
thinking-
spooked.
Spoked.
There's
And
a
you
cloud
see
of
like
cherry blossoms in the road.
like fire like diminishing, and then like when it starts growing as it's coming back towards you guys,
Is it coming back?
and you don't see him.
We can't communicate at all.
It looks like it.
Well, let's get ready. It said it's from hell. I don't have any problems with blasting it.
I say at this point, I've definitely like let them know, like while we're jogging or whatever, like
Yeah.
It's a nudo. It's from hell. Not like just getting that all information.
Is a
So,
servant of hell sent to Earth to find escaped spirits.
so it's not something we want to necessarily mess with.
We just want to leave it alone, let it run by.
Thankfully, it's really stupid.
I mean, I guess technically it might just keep on going the other way.
Never tires.
It is, we'll say it is 120 feet.
You wanna hit it
If
or
there's
let it go by?
anything you want to do.
And you don't see me.
Yeah, he's not there.
So it's already done with him. It's like literally finished him off.
Oh yeah, for all we know, like
You sent my soul to hell is what you did.
Yeah. He ran off a cliff.
what would we do?
I'm gonna shoot it.
You're gonna shoot it
Yeah.
because of the information I told you.
What was the information you told me?
About
Everything
what
I
it is?
read.
Yeah, like it's from hell. Yeah.
Well, you didn't learn that.
It said it was from hell when it was driving around and he and I were awake. You were awake. It was like, he's like, where are you from? He's like, hell. And I'm like, oh shit. We
But
got...
did you hear everything I read about it?
Mm-hmm. But I didn't know that. Like, I don't know that.
He just told
Oh, well, then
Yeah.
that's even more reason to shoot it, right?
you to save a escaped convict.
So, someone who owes like karma through the celestial wheel.
I don't know. I think if I had the option, I wouldn't send anybody back to hell. But I don't know. That's just cherry.
Seems like none of our fucking business, really. But
Well, then let's let it run by. See if it keeps on going.
I mean, yeah, just
All right. So we.
Okay.
we
There you
sorry,
go.
I'm not there to communicate. I'm
Yeah,
not-
yeah.
It hasn't attacked us. You know?
And if you want to shoot it, you can feel free.
The team says no, so I'm gonna leave it alone.
And
I
you
don't
see
wanna-
him like building up one of his swords just burst, and you're like, no.
we don't do that. It's kind of a weird thing because it's like it's way different than
supposed to.
like something from the Nine Hells and
Mm-hmm.
in D&D. It's like like
It's like the judge from the Judge Dredd things. It's like he's here to help, sorta, but he's still, like, still don't want to get in his way.
Yeah. So that's like in that moment of what do we do? I'm gonna shoot it. Hesitation. It moves 120 feet towards you. So now it is only 60 feet away, barreling right towards you. Before you see what this thing does next, there's one last moment for you guys to, if you want to do
I
something.
go on my thumb so I can finger gun it.
I can't do it.
I
I'm
just
cocking my
imagine
thumb.
you standing behind me with
Just
my
grabbing his
thumb. I'm like,
thumbs.
they're loaded. Be careful. Little sparks.
Little prestidigitation spark. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Full spark.
I really don't think we want to instigate this thing if we
No.
can
Alright.
avoid it.
At the last moment, this thing cuts around and just starts running around, sniffing you. Where is it? Where is it?
I point farther up the road where it was headed.
It starts heading back. So you got like 2-3 turns
Cool.
of running, and it bolts back off that way. Now it's going so fast that it's just like every 120 feet, it's no 180 feet. Every 180 feet, it's falling down and getting up for 5 feet. So it's going 175 feet around.
Oh
Trying
my
to chase
god.
down. Now need to make another exhaustion check.
Oh jeez.
There is going to be one more of these before
This is
something
really
occurs.
weird.
Can't get any faster than this. Okay.
So meanwhile, I presume that now that it's going back that way, we just
Start to pick
start
up a little bit.
trekking along because we're still missing freaking smiling racer over here.
Smiling Racer. Yeah. That's an 18.
Okay, so you're good. You're trucking. Like I'm gonna win this.
Yeah.
Liar,
Oh no.
liar.
Sometimes this isn't gonna end well. is it?
Uh-oh.
Things starting to catch up to you.
You think it's talking about me or him? I hope it's him.
It's really frightening because I don't know how far away the freaking gnome is.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
have zero idea that it's even like gotta head towards the town. Like he could have just like
Taking
got close to
some
the
side
town,
path
just been
or
like,
just
well,
gone.
Yep.
So make a perception.
Oh God.
and also
It's a nice moonlit open
is it
sky night.
is it at all ironic that like you gave him a thing that could detect good or evil, and it might have detected that this gnome might have been evil?
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you're
like-
using it.
Like you're just like, you know what? Have this. I still don't understand that.
He just seemed like a nice guy.
So you just give him a thing you
He
took
asked if
from
he could
heaven on
have it.
high.
And I was like, listen, there was. That is a 23.
You're like, oh, that thing's really mad.
yeah.
And you kind of like, I wonder how close this gnome is, and looking down the road, like you can see it there, and just up and over the hill, this little horizon hill, you can see a little figure up ahead.
Yeah.
It's pretty far away, but you can see it. You can see a figure on the road. No one else was on this road, so it could be him.
Right. Oh God. All right. Well, it's okay. This wheel's gonna catch up to me before I can even get to that figure.
You
From
will.
what I figure.
You will hold your lead for a while. Having it turn around bought you a lot of, because not only was it just like stopped, it was going the opposite direction.
It's like it's going the opposite way while you were still running.
You
Yeah.
got
Imagine.
minutes of
Because
time.
you didn't stop.
Yeah. I don't want the scales to go to hell.
I mean,
Why
You
does
worry
it
about that
matter?
thing.
You gave them away.
Because they're heavenly scales, and I thought he was from a heavenly chamber.
Because the last chamber we went in was full of angels. And
It's
like,
literally the
nice things.
Tower of Heaven.
and it had a fiend in it.
Yeah. But he didn't look like a fiend. He looked like a nice guy.
It's a tower, heaven on high. You have to get through all these things to get to heaven. Doesn't
Yeah,
mean they're
okay,
heavenly.
okay. Not everyone's a lore master, okay?
Alright, you just-
I keep
You
going.
persist.
Yeah.
All right, your final check.
Before I just keel over and die.
I mean, you're not in danger of that now because you've.
Okay. That's like a 6. And I have what's the special one is for different things, right?
You could do it for a different thing. You can use it as a inspiration.
Alright. Come on. Hey, that's a 20.
That's it. So you're like seeing him out there, hearing this thing's mad at you.
Yeah.
Adrenaline.
Yeah. Keep going.
Going.
Steady as a stone.
So you're catching up to this figure, and like it's getting bigger and bigger, but you can see that it is small in stature,
Okay.
and it's
Or just
carrying the thing and just
running back
trotting
and forth on
along.
the flaming road
It
trying to catch a
hasn't-
tire.
Like the guy is back there yelling at you, and it's getting closer. And this guy's just whistling up there, but doesn't seem to have noticed the rattling, flaming thing way back there, yelling "liar" or "you" yet. But it's getting to the point where he's going to start hearing you.
Right. The wheel could probably hear me for now, but this guy might be out of earshot.
If you yell, he'll hear
Yeah.
because you're closer than the wheel.
Yeah. So nice night for running, I say. I shout out.
Huh? Huh? Ah! Ah! He just tosses the scales and he starts running. Ah! Ah! So there's
Well, we got the scales back. Let's go.
there's no.
not yet. We don't. But
Now he's
Goliath.
running.
Yep, he's
I say
running.
you
Goliath
basically-
running.
You
Wheel.
alerted him by yelling at him.
Yeah.
I mean, he was gonna get
So
alerted.
he dropped the
eventually, but-
scales.
Yeah.
I need to get like tensors floating discs.
Just
so I can
wanted
latch it
to
the
warn
scale.
you. And Yeah, I mean, this is just everything's just out of whack. He's got a karmic debt. This thing is a jailer of the because it's a necessary part of the whole fucking thing. So yeah, I'm gonna run for the scales, and then as soon as I grab it, I'm gonna find the first place to cut off after a hill and try to lose. Yeah.
All right. Stealth.
Yeah, I'm proficient in stealth. If I bust out my arms, can I use wisdom for no.
I'm
Yeah.
higher stealth.
That is a 22.
Okay. You like, scoop that up, and you see like just a nice little like ridge embankment. It's not big. It's about as high as this table, and you're you tuck up against it, and
I'm trying to look as rock-like as I can.
you had a
23.
rolls right by.
So you stopped running and moved to the
Yep.
side, basically.
He did.
Yeah,
that's
I
what
grabbed
he
the
did.
scales and dove off in an embankment. Sorry. Oh.
The rest of you guys just see like way down the
Like,
path.
fucking wait.
Right? Way down the path. You see the wheels just going. And then you see something like blocks the flame for a second. As he
Oh no.
he just runs over the gnome.
Now he's
And then
immortal.
the gnome hits the ground and he runs over him again. And then you see the wheel turn this way, so you're like, looking at it very far off, so you can just see like the little ring of fire, and it just does this.
Good.
Back and forth over the gnome.
So more like this.
Yes.
Wow. Don't see that every
And it
day.
just kind of rotates around, and the big old kind of like plume of fire appears. It's like,
I figure at this point you and I are just walking. We're just like, I'm not running anymore.
you just gotta go out. And like you guys are just walking, and everyone make perception checks. You're like, I hope that wasn't Smiling Mountain.
I got a 3. I'm pretty sure that's Smiling.
I'm pretty sure that was.
Remember how he was really small and on fire?
I mean, everything was very far away. You couldn't really tell how big the thing was they ran over.
Like the tower, it gets smaller when it's
Right.
I got an 18.
I like that you keep sharing that knowledge with people as we go along. We're like, from far away, things are small.
You had an 18?
Yeah,
All right. So
he's absolutely right.
you're just sitting there, and you see, like, you don't see all of that really happen. You just hear it.
Yeah.
And then, like, there's, like, little trots, box going by, and then there's some footsteps and some wing beats.
Where are you guys going?
I like to call him flip flap.
And you guys are walking, and that sound comes from your left, off the path.
Ray of sickness.
Blah!
Exhaustion.
Does it sound like Smiling Mountain?
Where are you
No.
going?
How many people?
Oh,
do
I
you
can
know
still
sound
hear him.
like-
I'll miss you, Smiling Mountain.
Well, I guess he survived. Wait, sorry. Prestidigitation.
So,
Oh,
didn't want the scales to go to the house. Would someone else like to carry this?
No.
Okay,
Do you have the other weight?
I do.
Oh, yeah.
no,
Oh,
you
well,
have the weight. You have the weight he had,
keep the shit together.
Yeah, I picked it up.
Did the
What do you mean that?
because he had one weight still.
Oh no!
what was
But
it
we
say?
used a substitute for that one. We didn't because there's 2 that came with it, and we tried using jade. So does he have the jade, or does he have like the other stone?
You have the onyx.
You have the onyx. He had the jade.
But the third one,
Third stone.
because we used there was 2 original stones,
Uh-huh.
but then we tried using
you
jade.
used your stones, which got eaten by the Dodomeki.
You were just putting your own rocks in.
You were putting your own rocks on the
They
scale.
did get eaten by the
I like that you
Dothraki.
thought those were like official weights after one use. You're like, that's rock goes with the scale.
No.
That'd be great if you pass it on.
Wisteria-
You have both of the correct
Wisteria kept
weights and they're
walking,
rock.
and she comes back and she has the jade weight in her mouth.
She get that.
Is
Oh.
the body
And
still there?
she actually moves her head, her tail, her ears, all this, and tells you that he must have dropped it when he ran.
Oh. Good.
Do we see where the body is?
Thank you.
Do you want to go check it?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
want to see
alright.
because like if he came from the sorry, go ahead.
No.
Yeah.
What's your question?
Well, I was gonna say like if he came from the tower, the cat thing like respawned is what we were thinking might happen. So if this might just be what happens with this guy. Like this level of the tower, it's like save the gnome from the
I was
wheels.
like, has the wheel gone away?
Yep.
Mhm.
So
It went out after
it
it
started.
smashed the gnome.
It's started doing like a spinning around as fast as it could, and it made a pillar of fire, which it then got like picked up in and like swirling, and then it just went, and the fire went out, and the wheel's gone. When you walk up, there is a huge circular scorch mark along the entirety of the path and even outside of it, and there is a gnome-shaped, kind of twisted, broken, clear patch in
Oh.
the center of this scorched thing, like where his body was, and went back down to wherever he deserves, apparently.
Oh.
What a way to go.
Whatever you did.
A second time. Because he already died once, right?
Yeah. What if that clears some debt or adds to it?
Was he calling you a liar?
No?
He's really mad. This guy must have lied a lot.
I think he was just mad he wasn't good at racing.
Well, shall we camp again?
Yeah.
Yeah, we left all our stuff back there, so we should probably go back to the camp.
My stuff! My drum!
So you guys spend another portion of the night going back to where your camp was, just to like kind of start your rest back over.
I do not race you there.
You're the only one that actually got the benefits of a long rest because your 4 hours was already up. Everyone else has to start over.
Yeah,
I'm fine.
I haven't even started.
It's my rest now, right?
It just means you keep going a little bit later.
Yeah.
Well, let's give it another shot. Roll low on your perception.
Well, I think that means there's probably a piece of the heaven on high up ahead.
True. Should we press on?
Oh, wait. I was sleeping. I got woken up.
Yeah. You did not get a long rest.
I'm a bit, I wouldn't mind a little nap, yeah.
Yeah, well, you have exhaustion, don't you?
No,
No.
you didn't take any.
Let's say
I
because
feel it.
we didn't lose any hit points. I've only spent one spell slot. We could press on if we're already up.
But we might start taking exhaustion unless we rest.
Yeah, if you guys don't take sleeps, everyone will start having to make rolls.
You mean like normal sleeping?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to sleep.
I mean, I'm chilling.
Yeah,
but
he's
I
fine.
feel like the rest of you probably won't.
Fine. I'll sleep.
So you go to sleep and nothing else spectacular happens for the rest of the evening.
Great.
You obviously get a late start since you
Yeah.
sleep in a little bit.
Now it's so late.
This fucking guy gives away the fucking scales and he's like, well, I don't want to lose those scales. He seemed like a nice fellow. I gave him the scales to detect good or evil. It had tattered robes. You could have just gave him some clothing. Like, what are we talking about here?
I like that he gave him to a guy that's been damned to hell too. Like, hey, I'm fresh from hell. I'll take that artifact.
So,
Was there anything?
like the traditional art of these guys. That.
Like, what's
Ooh, I
the?
like that one.
Which one? The one down here? That's AI.
That's silly.
I like the one that almost looks like a chariot rolling after you.
Yeah, a chariot full of skulls.
Oh, that one. That looks.
Someone made one out of Lego.
There's one made out of wet Lego.
Yeah, it's right next to the one you have highlighted on the right.
Oh, yep, there he is.
He's, I guess, Brickthology. They're doing all these mythology things with Legos.
Yeah, there's a miniature for it.
Oh, yeah?
Like this thing is, again, like I said, some old folklore stuff. Here's
There's a lot of cool, funky yokai, man.
Yokai was the word I was looking for on TKO that we played on Jackbox. Those weird little creatures. That's what they are. They're yokai. Old spirits like this. I always pick that hairy mouth one because it's the only one that I know.
I like the one where a giant foot comes crashing through your ceiling and won't leave your house until morning comes, or you scrub its toes with a brush, and then it thanks you and goes away.
oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I like that
about your
at
house.
some point in their religion they decided that like commies guide everything. So even mistakes and positives are so if you like trip, that's the tripping commie.
Yeah.
Stubbing your toe is the stubbing the toe commie. So I always wonder like there's gotta be one for like there's a commie for that booger you just can't quite reach. Like that's his
Probably
job. Like
fucking
it's his
is.
spirit. He's like,
Like,
Yeah.
come and get me.
Dig in there.
Come and get me. Your
A
finger's
nose
too big.
goblin, a literal nose goblin. That was a fun little night we had. Look who's got the scales.
Yeah, good for you.
I mean, the thing we already had.
They're all banged up.
Sometimes you just gotta test yourself to make sure that you're worth carrying what you got.
We got
If
somebody
you love
killed.
something, let it go.
Yes.
If it comes back, it was meant to be.
I do a month. This is wisdom. Well,
Anyway.
good morning. Shall we keep going then?
Yes. So are we going to continue on to where we're supposed to be going, or do we want to stop and see if that heaven on high and peace next to the river? I want to do that.
You guys are
We
beyond
sure-
the river for now.
Oh, beyond the river.
You didn't see any signs of heaven on
Okay.
high peace on your river stint. Now you're on inland stint.
Okay. Well, then I guess we head to the hills.
To the hills.
Run for your lives.
For the hills. You guys walking along. Up ahead on the horizon, you see a large something on the road ahead of you, and through your days of travel, or your day of travel, you start to get closer to it. It is heading in the same direction you are. It looks to be some like large wagon.
Thought for sure you're gonna say it. You find a piece of heaven on high.
And then just sitting right
You're like,
there on the
no,
road.
you're not. We're getting off by the river anymore. Sue, what you see? Sorry.
What you see is a piece of heaven. Railroading. Nope, there seems to be a cart up ahead of you that is going slowly,
Yeah,
heading the same direction you are, so you're like slowly catching up to
and the
it.
wheels are not on
The
fire.
wheels are not on
Yeah.
fire.
Well,
It looks big, like
Yeah.
it's big old cart.
I mean, imagine that's probably par for the course given the times. I just walk to this, just kind of step to the side of the road and keep going.
When you get close enough to see what it is, like you actually notice the ruts in the ground, and like you had noticed them before, but now you realize that it isn't ruts that have been there like for a long time. It's this one cart digging a new rut in the ground,
Oh,
pretty deep.
Okay.
The cart has people around it, just walking alongside of it, and it is filled with barrels. There is like the entire bed of the cart is filled with barrels, and then there's barrels on top of that, and those are all strapped down and it's covered. And then like there's rope like all around the outsides of the cart and around the barrels themselves, and on those ropes are bottles, like all tied up and looped into the rope. Just tons and tons of bottles all around with these barrels, and it's just
probably making a lot of noise.
digging into the ground. Like
It's the water.
Hmm.
It's the water.
Yep, and as you're getting close, you see some guards turn and kind of fall back, like 4 of them.
So coming from the hills?
Huh? It's going the same direction you are.
Oh.
It's just going so slow that you're catching up to it, even walking.
I see.
Because it's so heavy.
It's one of those water shipments that GD.
Yeah, they've been having to import water.
And you do see the stamp of the silk purse on every one of those barrels.
Mm.
Like a ball sack.
Yeah. I sent the picture in
That's
the
right.
Discord. A purple ball sack. Because that's what happens when you pinch it off at the top.
Yep.
Uh,
Every time.
It's cinched 2 times.
but 4 guards kind of come to the back. You see that there is a, let's say it's some interesting.
Shall we take the water and turn a profit?
Whoa.
Sorry, they're watching Dune.
Aerovar is peeking out.
We were saying Eric Keane earlier.
This stupid thing.
4 guards
So one of them
start like. So
Ooh,
they come to the back of the wagon.
That's
The
right.
wagon's still going.
Take notice of.
Then a big guy kind of comes out. He looks like he's an orc.
Ben's baby.
And he's just kind of there, big kind of fur vest guy. He's got those rings like stacked up on his wrists, and he's just kind of walking backwards while the guards are in front of him. And then he kind of yells up to the cart, and the cart just eventually stops and waits for you. And the guards are standing in front of it, weapons like not at the ready,
Yeah.
but ready to go.
Yeah.
And the that orc is just sitting there, like, travelers.
Here.
Rider.
Hello. How we doing today?
Fine.
What you guys hauling?
Water.
Cool. You guys headed to the hills?
The only way this road goes.
All right.
Where are you heading?
Also headed to the hills. Like you said,
Sense? Makes sense.
it's the only way the road goes.
Well, if you don't mind, then just swing on by.
All right.
Uh,
Watch out for fire wheels.
Yeah. Do they happen to see a fucking fiery
As-
yokai?
As we walk by, can we assess like how many people are?
mhm.
So there's 4 guards. Is this
So
orc
there's-
dude?
The orc seems to be the guard captain. There's 4 guards, mostly dwarves. There are 2 workers who just look like laborers that are there to keep the wagon rolling and keeping all that. And then there's a guy up in the driver's seat who's in the same kind of outfit that halfling was in. It's
Mhm.
he's a merchant.
Anyone look like a bureaucrat among them?
No bureaucrats, but the merchant is the closest to that. He looks like the official.
Right.
Like he's not here to work, to labor, to guard, or anything like that. He's here because of the profit.
Nothing tells me the zoologist might be with them.
Oh
though.
no.
Okay.
Does he
Um,
look similar to the merchant from the traveling house?
Yes, the halfling.
Oh.
He's wearing similar clothing to that.
He's
Like,
not.
Oh.
He's not the happy.
Okay,
Just
okay.
looks-
Right.
um,
Whatever.
oh, and so 2 laborers, the merchant, the guard captain, and 4 guards.
So 8 total. Is that what I just counted?
Yes.
2 laborers, merchant, guard captain, 4 soldiers.
Yeah.
8 of them. 4.5 of us. I think we got this.
Are you counting Conti? as
Got
half a
what?
character?
He takes an initiative roll.
It's true. Are
Just-
we stealing water right now?
I can tell you a few reasons why.
First off, these are armed guards, and there are quite a few of them.
If that ever stopped you.
We can just become criminals. That'll be fun.
Like, I'm not a big fan of the soap purse, but what they're doing is not illegal. It's exploitative.
Yeah.
But it's not against the rules. We'll get them back some other way without stealing the water. I mean, we would be heroes if we brought water to the hills, but who's to say it would even get used correctly when we brought it?
Yeah, we bring the water to the hills, and then the people in the hills get like fucking locked down and like oppressed because like they stole the water instead of the.
But as you're walking past, the merchant is like working on something. He's
I'm
got
holding your thumbs.
he's got
It's like a flaming
hawk
whip from
map
hell,
that
ready
he
to
looks
attack
he's sort of
that.
holding and looking at
Some
things.
people, nah.
And then he kind of like looks up and he's got spectacles on. He's a human, and he goes,
This is one of the guards. Sorry.
This is
Merchant.
the merchant, the actual merchant, and he's like, the travelers heading towards the hills.
We have rocks for sale.
No, we don't.
Oh,
I
sorry.
can stop reminding me I'm out of rocks. Yeah, we're heading there.
Well, there's safety in numbers if you'd like to walk alongside the wagon. And like the orc kind of like,
Now you gotta protect us too.
and he just seems to be kind of like eyeing up and down your weapons and gear type of thing. Like,
Yeah. I mean, Smiling Man doesn't say anything. He just looks to you, but he seems like, sure.
you could
I don't know.
quickly outpace this. It's being pulled by a kabuto,
One of the Beatles.
one of the beetles.
I mean, why not?
We did just see a demon.
So it would slow you down in your pace because this thing moves really slow.
Mhm.
But
Let's see.
you could kind of
bad effect about it.
make a insight.
Huh? 12.
Big old rhinoceros beetle.
Oh, 12, huh?
Mm-hmm.
He's probably seeing some advantage to you traveling with him, but you can't hone in on exactly what it is. But as I said, it would slow down your time,
Yeah, we don't need this card.
but you'd be, with them if things.
I say we press on.
What do you think?
I'm fine either way.
Does Wisteria have any thoughts?
Our track history of merchants, I could say we just better off on our own.
On we go.
All right. Well,
As I flutter.
If we see anything funny up ahead, we'll let you know.
yeah, you look like strong, capable folks. Why don't you can take care of yourselves up there. Good to have you ahead of us.
What are you expecting to run into up ahead? We had so many guards.
I mean, we just have so many guards because we're so slow. Such an easy target.
That's,
Easy target? Is that what you call me when I'm not listening?
no, we just call you slow.
No, you don't. You take that back.
And you guys head on.
The fastest one among us.
I'm just joking because I've lost every race I've had with it.
We press on.
You press on. The cart doesn't start moving again until you get a little ways away, and then it picks up, starts moving again. But you guys just outpace it. By the time it gets to time for you guys to make camp, it's as far away as it was when you first saw it, on the horizon. You just outpaced it an entire day's worth, basically. And
Presuming they will also have to stop and out, or did they keep traveling?
they kept. Well, no, they're stopping. But you guys can set up some watches, I'm assuming. Again, with you, perception first.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's see what you got.
12.
You are sitting there, and every once in a while, the winds will change, and you'll get this whiff of sulfur, rotten egg smell.
Is it coming from the same direction every time?
Yes.
Yeah. This might be odd, but does it smell close? Is it strong?
No, not particularly.
I'll keep an eye on it, and I'll tell him when I wake him up.
You eventually come out of your meditation, and
I tell him nothing, and I go to sleep.
yeah,
I tell him, I noticed some sulfur smell.
You're meditating this whole time. I'm well aware of the smell. It stinks.
I thought I was Smiling Mountain, but I checked. It wasn't him. He was
To me,
changed.
that is, we kind of sound like we're closer to the temple, right? Because it's supposed to.
the whole mountain, like the Tofuaka Hills, are just massive sulfur deposits.
Gross. Good night.
Makes me think of when you go on golf links early in the morning. You can smell that paper mill off on the.
My school, between 7:45 and 8 o'clock, just like this little 15-minute period, or maybe even a little bit earlier, the whole campus smells like weed. And other people have noticed it too. Like, we're all like, what the fuck is that? Like,
Are these
every
grade
morning,
schoolers
early,
smoking?
like, it can't even be a groundskeeper or anything. Like, we're the first 3 or 4 people in the building. Like,
Right.
It's lingering from someone in the neighborhood is smoking so much weed that we're smelling it there. It's weird.
It's got to be some kind, and it's like a specific time every time. So it's got to be
It's
some
always early morning, yeah.
some kind of manufacturing.
Or it's like or it's going to work and making something for breakfast, or using like a gas stove that's got a leak or something. It's weird.
How'd you do, buddy?
Great. -11.
It's you catch that smell every once in a while, and that's about it.
Nothing crazy going on, guys.
The rest, everyone else wakes up. Like, you guys have set yourself in a 2-watch rotation, so everyone else sleeps through the night, and
That's why big fellow needed extra rest for.
Does Wisteria need the same amount of sleep that I do, 6
Yeah.
hours? Yeah.
So we're making eggs.
but
What's an
you do notice that the cart is up and moving before you guys are. So it is already on its way. You can kind of see it getting closer, but again, the moment you start walking,
Mm-hmm.
you quickly outpace it, and eventually by midday, it's not even on the horizon anymore. The smell starts to grow,
So
and you start to see like the plant life and flora and fauna just changes a bit. A lot of things, there's some green, but there's also a lot more other colors. There's lots of yellows and oranges and burgundies, like autumn colors and all this stuff. And you can start to see clusters of plants that almost look like grape bunches, but coming in a cone from the ground. Like, so just big kind of like just bulbous clusters of these plants, along with the normal kind of trees. Though some of the normal trees kind of start going away, and you quickly realize why that is when a slight shower kind of comes over. It's a little cloud cover with some showers, and any of you have exposed skin. You start to realize that the sulfur that is in these hills and kind of gets released to the air comes back down with rain and can irritate your skin. So you have to start getting things to cover yourselves up, some tarping and some things like that. Otherwise, it gets really irritating.
I guess I can't be naked anymore like I have been for the last 3 days.
same.
It's weird that you guys didn't say anything about it.
I thought it's just what fairies did.
Let's go back to our roots.
Yeah. Skyclad, they calls it.
Yeah, it was before we had gender. We weren't offending anybody, but now I'm just hanging dong. Nobody wants to see that flying near their face.
I don't know why I'm looking at my abilities like that's gonna help me from. Right. Yeah.
Just like kick off your arms and blow all the water away.
Yeah.
I'm out. I'm tired.
Hey, dog, spent.
Have some tea.
Oh
I mean,
God.
then all we need to do is basically just cover up. our-
Cover up. Yep. Get
Yeah.
robes. You can grab your tent.
It's a good idea. Bedroll and stuff.
And it's
Yeah.
not like
Yeah.
it's raining down and immediately just like as soon as it touches you, like take poison damage.
No,
It's
it
just
takes
like,
a while, but you can start to feel the itchiness and then start to see the reddening.
Oh, God, do any of us actually have a tent? Because if
I do.
Yes.
no, you do. Okay. Oh, but it's tiny.
Yeah.
It's small, not tiny.
To me, that's tiny.
It's not like it's like a child's tent, but not like one of the like shelf example tents. It's like
Right,
for a
right.
cat.
It's actually just like one of those hanging hammocks that you can like completely zip up, basically like tie up.
Yeah.
And he doesn't do it between two things, right? Like this way. He does it this way. So
Like
it's
a lean-to.
cocoon.
Yeah.
He just tucks himself in there.
It's a sleeping bag with like half a broomstick in the middle to make a little tent for
Oh
me to see.
man.
Yeah, so you cover up and you start going and you notice that there's a lot less animal life and a lot more insect life around.
Catch a fly with my hand. Never thought I'd be able to do that.
The old dwarf Darwinius said that his gods must have an affinity for beetles because of the amounts of them he found.
Okay.
That was something Darwin wrote in his.
No, I know. That's Smiling Mountains. Cool. Neat.
Anyway,
Up ahead, there's a small kind of river stream, partly between a river and a stream, and a little footbridge that goes across it. And you can see that there is what seems to be a temporary structure that has been built on the opposite side, and some palisades, some like barricades that have been kind of built on the other side of the road. It's like a little checkpoint for entering into the Tufuaka Hills region. It's a little.
they're probably looking for wheels.
What time of day is it?
It is afternoon. Like the cart has just gone out of sight. When you guys are making your way to this, it's drizzling. Just a nice little kind of open sky rain type of thing. But again, you've covered yourselves up. And as you're making your way over there, the rain starts to already pass by. Very kind of monsoony, but a lot less torrential. And as you're heading up to this area, across the bridge, there's a little structure off to the side. There's palisades facing you guys. There's even like this little pier that, like, there's a rock in the stream, fairly sizable rock. And there's like a little like pier walkway that goes to the rock, and there's a guy out fishing on it. But as you head up, you can see that there are at least 4 or 5 people that are just kind of like standing up out by the palisades. And as you approach, you can see that they look like guards, they look like soldiers, and a bureaucrat. Perceptions.
a bureaucrat.
A bureaucrat.
I got a sloppy 20.
I got a 6.
Oh, what was his perception? 7.
All right. So as everyone's walking out, you guys are like, now that the rain has passed, you're taking that off and shaking it out and
Yeah.
putting some ointment on the skin, and you're like looking at these folks, and they're kind of like starting to congregate as people are now coming. The bureaucrat isn't wearing his outfit right.
Ooh.
And the guards, the soldiers, you can tell that their armor is a mix of not standard armor that has been modified to try to look like standard armor, and actual soldiers of the Empire armor that looks kind of battered and worn, like not well taken care of. These people look kind of disheveled for a bureaucratic or imperial contingent toll keeper or something like that.
And so there's one bureaucrat,
There's one bureaucrat.
and there's how many soldiers? Is there 4 again?
Does it look like a similar contingency to the water escorts?
There's, so you can see. So you can see that there's like 2 officials, but there's one that's like in the full bureaucrat outfit, and then there's one that just looks like he's in robes. Then there's the fisherman, and you can see 4 soldiers, but as the path goes up and around, there could be more, and that little structure is there. It's just a little like a little watchtower kind of. It looks hastily built. Hasn't been here that long, it doesn't seem. I don't want you to get too excited about this. But, not that.
Exciting.
What's new and uh-oh. I'm excited.
So that's about what you can see.
It's us.
Definitely probably.
Get up there, Balxador.
Get on up there. Later, guys. These are my buddies.
And you guys don't have to be on the bridge yet. You're walking up. This is what you see. One official-looking official and another official. And four soldiers and a fisherman.
I'm definitely skinning everybody that these guys look like they're pretending to be something else. Like they don't look right. So just be wary.
Okay. Should we just walk in like any other traveler would, or are we gonna like stand and just be like, "What's up?"
We should probably warn the cart if the water's on its way to support people and they get to this fake checkpoint. It might be stolen off of them. I think we should go through and see what they try to do and then make a decision after that. Yeah.
I say we just act like normal and see what they tell us when we get there.
All right. As you guys head up there,
Tapped the official, sorry.
it's fine.
I was trying to like watch the map because it's hard to see upside down, and then I like clicked at the little dude here and moved him around on accident. There's that right here on your sheet where it says the campaign. There's a play button. If you push that, the map will show up on your thing, and you can manipulate it.
No, true.
As you head up, the 2 guards kind of like look at you guys, and then like look over at the official, and the official like kind of like he's standing and looking pretty serious, and he kind of walks up and goes, "Welcome, folks, to the Tofuaka Hills. We're sorry because of the water crisis. We do have these checkpoints in place, and we're trying to warn anyone coming this way to probably avoid the Tofuaka Hills for now. There is a water shortage, and we don't need any more, mouths to go dry here. Is your business urgent in this region?"
Yeah, right.
I'm just nodding.
Yeah, we're here to assist in that situation. We want to help get more water to the hills.
Tofuaka. The 2 officials kind of look at each other and looks around at the guards and like, Assist in what way? You seem capable folks. What have you brought to the Tofuaka Hills to help us?
Go with the scale.
Well,
Nothing.
no,
We just pull this out of our look.
yeah.
Look what we got.
We're gonna
I'm
find out
looking
if
at
the
this
water is evil
fisherman.
or not.
This is fisherman because this
Just him.
I know.
What does
I
he
heard
do?
the word.
He's looking at the fisherman.
because this river can't be great. But I guess if you gotta eat, you gotta eat. That's going to be a 16.
It's pretty well hidden under the tackle and the bucket and everything, but you can see the butt of a crossbow.
Oh shit!
Next to him, and he's got like a hood on and kind of like a little, just a very high, wide collar, like scarf kind of like thing going on here. So he's just there, and he's got a keen eye on, like he notices you looking at him.
Yeah.
Just line in the water, kind of.
You're gonna tell us that.
I'm gonna sign to Wisteria that.
I also speak giant. Just so you know.
And so he asked, "What you guys are bringing to the table?"
Well, we brought us, of course.
It looks like he's got a crossbow.
We gonna catch them. It looks like they may be bandits.
Let them talk.
We're here to hopefully resolve the issue with the water and get this place back up to snuff.
That is good news indeed. Who sent you this way?
Well, the heirs of Quirin. Kieran sent us.
The dawning of the age
Ah.
of Aquarius.
If you're associated with the heirs, then
Fifth element?
we can certainly use the help. You hear like one of the guards that's standing next to you goes like, "Sir," and they kind of like motions and they kind of look beyond you down the road.
Robert, can you grab my other outfits in there, please? Here.
And the cart has just come into view.
Thank you.
At the horizon, and he looks down that way and goes, "Huh. Well, if you're here to help and you seem very self-sufficient and by the heirs, far be it from us to impede your progress. You'll want to go to Kihoso, the capital city. He gives you directions. Basically, there's head down this path. It pretty much is going to lead. Just don't take any of the branches. You will hit a Y in the road. Just make sure you stay left."
Maybe we should set up an ambush for these guys because that's what they're doing. Like get behind them, hang out over here somewhere, and then when they try to ambush the water, we're already ready, and they get sandwiched instead of surprising the water cart.
Say thank you, sir. We'll be on our merry way.
Did I say that out
Hold
loud?
on to the fairy talking to my
You
ear
do
about
that
what we're
way
gonna
too
do
much.
to you.
Listen,
And you said stay left.
no
Hit the
secrets
Y,
in the
then
moon
you
tree.
left with the Y. Yes. Do you know who's coming? Did you pass the cart that is back there?
Oh yeah, those guys. They're they look like they're from the Silk Purse.
We've been waiting for their water shipment. Have you had dealings with the Silk Purse before?
Here and there.
Who has it?
Not satisfactory, huh? They've been coming in here and gouging us pretty harshly for the water they bring.
Ooh,
Oh shit! These guys are just fighting back against.
these
the
could
Silk
just
Purse for
be
their water.
these could just be desperate villagers.
I would say our dealings with the Silk Purse have been on the not so good side of things. They're
They threw a grenade at us.
Was that them?
Yeah, it was
No,
the
I'm just
halfling.
kidding. Yeah.
I look at you in disbelief that you wishy-washy about this.
they're certainly
People
not
must be really mean to him.
certainly
Like
not
grenade,
good
not so
friends
bad.
of ours.
Oh, well, they are no friends of the Tofuaka Hills either. That's why we're hoping that this checkpoint here will ease them the burden a bit. We can show them that we're not going to stand by for their exorbitant prices.
Are you planning to take the water?
No, we're just applying a tariff to their goods coming in. They want to bring it in here, they have to pay us for it. Can't relieve the folk while also relieving them of their wealth.
And where does the money you take go?
Back to Kihoso.
Can I? He's given us that this guy doesn't seem right. Can I insight to see if he looks like is he a man of like the land? Can I get a like an insight to see if like this is like a just a regular dude or?
Roll it.
That's a 12.
All of these people look kind of similar. So that kind of you're not really certain what people from the Tofuaka Hills have. Like, you couldn't identify one out in the greater city, but all of these folk have similar features that would say that they're all from the same region. So it could be that they come from here.
I don't see race, I only see species.
I didn't say race.
What species are they all? Are they human?
Some of them are human. You got some elves. You've got a couple dragonborn.
Dragonborn.
And Oniborn as well.
Ooh, that sounds weird.
It's a tiefling.
Oh, that makes sense. I was, it's funny too. So I was thinking of like that's the samurai demon mask.
Oh,
too.
yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
what does your face got? Oh, horns, stuff. The tiefling.
Yeah.
What do you want to do, boss? You're not the boss.
You make
Sorry, I
an
meant to say
insight.
Sage.
You make an insight check. And it's like, if you're trying to pay attention to the conversation and figure out these people, you could also make an insight check if you wanted. But it depends on that. You got a really good one.
We're all kind of being wary here.
Okay.
I think this was 11 before he struck it with his die.
Sorry.
No, I think it was a 10 actually. So 13.
13. Man, your insight's not great.
No.
You're more about the lore and not about the people. It's fine.
Too many days in the library.
Uh-huh.
Pretty sure this is 18.
So he's already slipped up a couple times because he keeps he's supposed to be a bureaucrat, but he keeps saying we as the people of Tofuaka.
Yeah.
And a bureaucrat would be really from the empire, like wouldn't be of a specific area, right? So he keeps saying that, and it seems that he's trying to he kind of got it. He's gauging you to see if you're going to help or hinder them in whatever they're going to do against the silk when the silk purse gets here.
Yeah.
They certainly seem like they are
Telling the truth.
youth that is kind of fiery, they're here to
I just want to know if they're telling the truth. Do it feel like they're telling the truth? If they're just going to take the money, help Tuwaka Hills out, get the water to the people easier? Or are these
they're
guys,
going to take something.
These guys are
It's
half
it's
yeah.
you probably got half of it right. Whatever they take, they're going to give to the people of the Tofuak Hills. They're not here to steal the water to make money for themselves. They're here to steal water to give it to the Tofuaka people. But the way they're saying it, they're not here to just charge the money. And you could see it in his face as he's even saying it that he knows that doesn't work. They just raise their prices, right? They're here to take the water.
I mean, I literally grew up in a tree. I'm all for everybody getting as much water as they fucking need. I kind of want to help these guys out now. Even though I was earlier like, that's fucking these guys over.
Right? That's what you
And
said.
you can
I
also,
don't get that read.
Just as a mysterious, we could just try to convince them to let them through. If we're here to take care of this all, then this could be the last water shipment they'll need.
Well, that's what I'm wondering too. It's just kind of like if these people are I don't know how much we should be able to discuss this out of character, but
then again,
you guys can huddle up, they're.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
the second.
Yeah,
Because even if that is true, and this is the last water shipment that they need, then it might not matter one way or the other. Like, even if they do take the water and rob these guys, who cares? They're not coming back
it
again.
might
anyway.
be
Like, they'll
troubles.
Like,
put a sting on the silk purse right at the end. We
But
don't need you anymore.
That might bring a lot of trouble to the rest of the people just because
Yeah.
they're all hot and bothered and wanting some justice.
Guess I'm just mad about the water. I feel it too.
right.
I mean, or similar to what you were saying, we could just. These guys are letting us through. We go up, we just kind of hang out. We watch the ensuing incident that transpires. We come in afterward. We take care of whatever's left.
So you want them
We
to get into a fight, and we beat up whoever survives.
And then we bring the water in for free and give it to the people.
I think it might be better just to try to talk these kids out of getting themselves killed personally.
Yeah.
And if we're here,
That orc look like serious business.
Their heart's in the right spot, but they're full of hormones.
right, we can get them to try to like escort us to Cahoso and show us around. Like, we need guides
Got a map.
of the Tofu Island.
It's a map of everywhere we've been.
Yeah.
But not where we're going.
It's a work in progress.
And then these people's energy would certainly be better spent helping us than fighting the silk purse.
And they're going to spot that fisherman's crossbow pretty quick, I think.
That orc had an eye for violence, it seemed.
Mm-hmm.
Your team votes. Talk the kids out.
But you all the sage.
By the way, you got to start calling me Dune Sorcerer.
When did we determine that these are kids?
I said that they're young. Like,
Okay.
they're youths. They're not like kids, but these are definitely not old veterans or.
Dune said that
So-
their heart's in the right spot. They're gonna get murdered. Those guys are in full armor. They've got merchants and like valuable goods with them. That crossbow is not gonna do shit except piss them off.
And the mercenaries that were with the silk purse looked professional. They're in good armor,
I mean, we do
good
know.
weapons.
I mean, they didn't even.
You know how they fight.
We do know how that dwarf was.
Yeah.
Because we were trying to replace you with him.
As you should.
They might have grenades and stuff like that. So yeah, let's try to. I mean, that's what I still voted. Is talk to kids.
So you want me to tell these guys to just let the silk purse through?
that it's not worth it. We're here to fix their water anyway. They won't need to deal with this anymore.
We're on their side,
And
and we
this-
don't want to see them get hurt.
This hopefully will be the last shipment that they have to pay for.
Shit, they might even be able to turn it away. Like, you know, when it gets to town, they can be like, forget it, get out of here.
Yeah.
And we could use the assistance on having someone be our guides around town. That's what you
Yeah.
want me to tell them.
Sometimes it's hard to find the strip clubs in these
Okay.
fantasy settings.
Let me go talk to this guy.
Dude,
All right.
You can do it.
roll better than you've been rolling.
Just be a nice, constructive role model for harmony and prosperity for all.
Pretend you're
So
dead.
listen. We walk past these guys. They have guards and stuff that mean business. We can clearly see that you guys are not quite what you're putting on to be.
A couple of the guards shuffle uncomfortably.
And you look like you might be a little more inexperienced than this crew that's coming behind us.
That guy's a baker. I can smell it.
This is one of them reacts.
We can tell what you're doing.
Can't hide sugar from me.
You're attempting to do the right thing, but I don't know that this is the stand you want to make. These guys will probably hurt or kill you. I would just let them pass, help us on our mission, and help be our guides throughout the city or whatnot. And hopefully, this will be the last time you need a shipment like this for the hills, and we'll be able to move on from there. I know I said all that, but now do I need to make a persuasion roll?
It's pretty good. Persuasion with advantage.
Nice job.
I was like, can I just roll it, or do I need to actually say
You
it?
don't have to actually say it. You could just roll it. But if you say it and it's good, if it actually appeals, then you can get that advantage.
And we are recording, so you should say it. Do your
Thank
best.
God I had advantage.
was like the hardest thing for me to learn when we first started
16.
playing. Like he had to sit down with me one day. Like, you can just make general questions. You don't have to like search out. Okay,
You could just tell me
Do
what
it.
your character wants to know
because I was like,
overall,
Yeah.
I was
and
like
not have to like.
asking each person at the bar a different set of questions, trying to get the right. I was like, this is just silly. I don't know what I'm doing.
So you got a,
16.
and you have guidance, right?
Yeah. Have a D4.
He can do his little cast beforehand,
These are
giving you
probably D4 on
inspirations.
top of it.
Just a D4 on top of it.
Yeah, I
That's-
pointed out
that's
that
a
Baker
six.
helped you out.
And oh man, should
Pull out the scale.
Wisteria do her thing?
But she like
I don't know.
No, she glows gold, glows purple, and gives people around her an extra D6.
Oh, that might.
But it might be a bit much to see that. Dunk, heard it. She would reveal herself as a kitsune, which may not be an advantage.
Right.
So she's gone.
Red Bull cans get me the
I
most.
added an extra 1.
All right, so you got a
17.
17. They kind of all like look around. The official looking one is like kind of like blusters, is kind of like, you know, oh, this guy's talking down to me, this, that, and like as you kind of go through and kind of looks, and you can see some of his men are like yeah, for the fight, but we also like, you know, don't die here if we don't have to. And he's like, you're really here to figure out our water supply. You think you can cleanse the aquifer?
Oh, we can certainly try.
It's
Might
what
be
we.
really-
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. We know a couple of options for the problem. We know where the good stuff is. We just got to figure out the correlation between them. Maybe a fresh set of eyes is all your town needs.
We're also here to work with a zoologist. Maybe he's already been through here.
Dr. Kenora.
Dr. Quinoa.
God, I'm never gonna forget quinoa now.
When he said the name earlier, Nora, I just
Yeah.
immediately I was like, it's gonna start with a Q. It's gonna be a Quin, and I was like, Quinoa.
K-I-N. Gold.
I know. You told me that spell
Gold
later.
aura.
When I first heard it, I
Oh, aura. Yeah.
Yeah, O-R-A. Sorry. Gold aura. Kenora. Goes. We'll take you to the Horn Pits. Dr. Kenora should be there. She says she has a solution, and if you're here to help her, the efforts of the Rising Blossoms may be better spent there. He kind of says that last part out like louder, and you can see that a couple folks are like a little bit crestfallen, and a couple of them are like relieved.
Mm.
These
But-
guys, the Rising Blossoms.
Make a history check.
Can I make a nature check since I know about blossoms?
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, his dice.
And when they rise, it's because wind is coming.
Oh, I got an 18.
That's how I cast my fog cloud.
Some blossoms happen in the spring. Others happen in the fall. But they all do the same thing.
Yeah,
I
plus
got 14.
Yeah, 14. Not something you really heard, not something you heard of. Nothing like in your sagely annals or in the
I kind of
in your teachings.
didn't know these guys were just like, we're gonna make a group. We're gonna call ourselves the Rising
Yeah, yeah.
Blossoms.
Yeah.
Like,
Could just be their little gang name.
cool guys.
Yeah. Tunnel snakes rule.
O'Doyle rules.
Better than Balxador Sage and his champions.
Yeah.
That's right. That we were called champions.
Out of all
You
the
just need a group
gangs to
name.
pick, Tunnel Snakes was a weird choice. Out of all of the gangs that you could have drawn from.
It made perfect sense to me. They live in
sure.
a vault, all these tunnels. They're like
For what?
the snakes.
It's
Tunnel
Fallout-
Snakes, the
Fallout
game
3,
from.
yeah,
Oh, yeah,
your
yeah.
first your vault has a little gang of 8 youths called the Tunnel Snakes that give you a hard time.
So he's like, all right, well, best get out of here. Pack it up, everyone. Get the kabutos ready. You can ride with us.
Thank you.
Just wanted to ride a bug.
Are we gonna ride on Kabuto?
You are going to ride on
Sweet.
kabutos.
I'm gonna fly alongside. Just kidding. Surf the Kabuto.
You guys never ridden a Kabuto before?
Can they lift you?
They're huge.
Oh yeah,
There you go.
they could live 8 times this size.
You made that up.
I did. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to. I did my first lie, and now I think it's just something I can do. I don't think I can do it though.
You lied to a spinning wheel from hell, and now all of a sudden you're like, well, I'm blind all the
I
time.
thought maybe I'd be good at it, but it's really not my thing. Now sneaking, then you don't have to say anything.
And you cannot misspell anything in Japanese. You get something completely fucking different.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
It's like the words are all so fucking close together. And it's like, here you go. Like Kabuto is a beetle.
Yeah. Kabuto. Like,
Kaburo is that
Yeah.
shelled armor.
yeah.
It's probably derived from the word, I guess, or I don't know, but
It very well could be.
the other wants to go to France, so I've been doing the French Duolingo. I don't know if it actually teaches you, like, I don't know how well Duolingo can really teach you a language or not, but I've been doing it for about 18 days now. And what it has done is separate the words in French for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I hear other people speak
Yeah.
French, I'm like, hey, like I can hear
Yeah.
like
Like I feel it teaches me the concepts of linguistics.
Mm-hmm. It's really kind of fun. I didn't expect that at all. Like I used to say all the time, like French is just like, what the fuck? And in reading, it's impossible. I still struggle with that shit. O, E-A-U-X. O.
Jackson, last night, Jackson and I, we went, just like, we were talking about language, and I think it's rad as hell.
Yeah.
And we were just like sharing some different phrases in different languages we
There it
know.
is. So
Look at that.
That is a pet
cool.
Kabuto.
That's sick.
Yeah,
I like
see
it.
the person up there? Like,
Mm-hmm.
Where'd
You
the
know what? That
person?
looks like one of the mushroom folk from.
Silk Purse guy.
Little face up there.
Oh, okay.
That looks like one of the mushrooms from Daggerheart. That
Oh,
I know
yeah.
the hat or
Mhm.
whatever, but it just looks like one of the
Fungols.
fungal.
Oh,
Yeah.
So they have a couple of these back there. They could seat like multiple people. They kind of like strip the entire camp down basically in minutes and throw it all up there. You guys can pile on, and these things start trotting off. They got a pretty good gait, like, but they're not like horse fast or anything like that. They're just trudging along. You guys head and leave the place behind, which is like I saw the rest of it, but there's your guard captain, the merchant, the workers, all them with the water cart.
That's a really wicked looking water.
Yeah,
I think
that's
only.
what I really want is generic tokens. You
It's
cannot
so
just like I can't just add a cart or
Yeah.
a horror like I can add a horse,
I wish it
but,
would
like,
say like small, medium, and large token, and then
And
you
just
could just put a generic
put it
picture,
in it.
person, monster, creature.
Or
type
even
Oh,
of
if you
thing.
could just
Even
copy
if
and
you-
paste an image into a
Right.
token. Oh,
like
it would've-
just put a generic size token, and then if you want, like you can have it with a face or whatever,
Mhm.
and then just upload an image to it.
mhm.
I want that so bad.
100% agree, because like I don't need stuff like individually named characters that I have to, like, if I buy the book and it gives me the token for Strahd, it's like I don't fucking need this. I'm gonna use Strahd one time. Like this is dumb. Not really use Strahd like 3 or 4 times, unless my guys are watching. Then it's only gonna happen once.
But you guys head towards Kihoso with this group of the Rising Blossoms, which pretty sure we're gonna stop it here.
That's all right.
Go ahead. You'll find out about them.
Uh,
I'm sure he's gonna schmooze with them, and you just love to talk and get to know people. But the Rising Blossoms are a group that has kind of formed in the wake of the 9 Days of Thunder. It's apparently older than that, but they're kind of like a youth.
militia?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like there are people out there trying to right the wrongs and help people, but through violence because they're angry youths.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of anti-imperial sentiment, like the bureaucrats coming in and
Oh, yeah.
not listening to the will of the people and just saving themselves. But overall, the Rising Blossoms are a militia group that is forming up outside of the bureaucracy to do the right thing. So they say.
That's like the only reason I would like to do do Salt Marsh again sometimes is that the town's political intrigue.
I loved it so much.
It was really filled out enough for me to play with, where like everybody has a request, and a lot of times the requests are for the same thing but on the opposite side. And I was like, oh,
What's great
so much
is
fun.
where we ended it.
Mhm.
I had just like basically swindled or negotiated to get that house,
mm-hmm.
and with the new rules at 5th level, which I believe we just hit, we get bastions. It would be perfect so that we
Whoa,
have
wow.
a bastion in Walmart with that little house.
Let's run it back.
Because we did a lot. Like you guys really went through that Lizard Man hovel and like listened to everybody and learned as much as you could. And
Did
like,
the
I was like,
trials.
oh,
and
yeah.
everything.
I was like, Jesus Christ!
Oh,
guys,
man.
it was
I
like
was loving
2
every
chapters of
minute
the
of
book.
it.
That was a tough run. For
Going
me.
like the council meetings and stuff like that, and like getting involved and like
There's
say like
How they were all
so-
playing off
I
each
know,
other.
Yeah.
There's so much more in the town that there is to do that's just really cool. I think I stabbed at it the wrong way. Like I wanted us to get out to sea and shit, where it's really just like we should
Right.
be talking about what's going on in town right now. I went at it wrong.
I don't know why you're sailing.
I like
Yeah.
boats. We had been
Yeah,
talking about
yeah.
boats a lot, and then Wiley got that boat right before I started,
Yeah.
and I was like, "We're getting on that boat."
We did. We almost crashed a boat trying to park it in a dock.
What game was? Do we play? We played Salt Marsh once before too. Is that where his cook set the boat on fire, or was that the?
It was
same
me,
Salt-
Kaylin, and him.
Yeah. We only played like 2 sessions of that, I think.
Oh man, good
Um,
session tonight, man.
Let's see. I've got something to read as you guys. You were at the bathroom, but so you go to get to Kahoso, all these guys, and you have talks with them on the way. You find out that there are a bunch of young men that are kind of all a part of this group called the Rising Blossoms, which is a little militia that's forming. It's been forming in the land. It's had an uptick since the 9 Days of Thunder. Lots of new recruits, essentially, but it's been around since before then. And to your keen sage ears, it sounds a little bit like a rebellion, like a rebellious sect, but it's also, like, at the moment, helping a lot of people out because all of the guards and soldiers have been pulled to the wall. So someone's got to protect people out there, and these guys are stepping up.
Komoso?
Kihoso.
Kihoso, thank you.
It's a very cool thing to read.
What is Kihoso again?
That's the capital, the main city
In the hills.
in the Tofuaka Hills.
We leveled.
I did
You
after the
still-
wheel. Yeah.
From all that running,
Yeah.
you got some out of strength. There was a little Easter egg that's not in any of the instructions or anything. It was in Metal Gear Solid. Which one was it? So there's Metal Gear. The Metal Gear Solid was the one for PlayStation that made all the splash. And then when the Xbox came out, the original Xbox, and the PlayStation 2, they made Metal Gear Solid 2, and it was so far and above anything I'd ever played before. Like every individual bottle in the mess could be shot. Like every single thing.
Oh,
And it was
I love it when games started doing that.
yeah, it was like 2003, and I'm like, the fuck is this? This is crazy. But I was hanging on the side of the boat because it's a sneaking game, and it lowers the camera when you lower, and so you have to sometimes raise your arms up and peek, but your stamina goes down. And I was like, can I raise my stamina? This seems like the kind of game. And I started doing pull-ups, and every time I would run out of stamina, I'd get back up and then get back down and do it again. When you get to 100, it adds like a quarter of your stamina bar back to it. You can do it twice, and you just need about 200 pull-ups. Just a totally random Easter egg.
That's so good. He's got something to tell us.
I do, maybe.
Lay down in Kihosa.
Key homes. Those plants I was talking about.
Yeah.
They're even bigger here,
Oh.
and they've been they hollow out those bulbs and use them as homes.
Oh.
Uh,
Assuming it keeps out the sulfur rain.
It's weird because when discussed, like you'll get a lot of this in the next session, but the whole cycle of life is the a lot of the bugs will eat sulfur and then shit in
For-
these plants,
Hmm.
which then excrete a nectar with the when they eat it, and that nectar is what they eat.
Ah.
So like the cycle is they take sulfur, shit in the plants, and then eat the nectar.
It's like a different version of pollination, huh?
Yeah.
Like,
Actually, I think it's the other way around.
fertilization, right?
I might be getting that wrong. I think they collect dung that has sulfur in it, and then essentially fertilize the plants, and then eat the nectar they produce. Kihoso, lumpy, stinky, and creepy are words commonly used to describe Kihoso City by those returning from a vacation to the Tofuwaka Hills. They're not wrong, except for the grandiose structures like the Horn Pits and the Temple Well. Buildings in the region are grown from the pod-like alveolus plants, which from a distance appear like the stalks of Brussels sprouts or bunches of grapes. Moreover, the high sulfur count of the area laces every breeze with a fresh waft of rotting eggs, though most locals say you get used to it after a couple of weeks. As for the creepy, well, if you're not used to bugs bigger than the palm of your hand, the sight of a 10-foot tall beetle of burden might be a little off-putting. Kihoso is a city dispersed among rolling hills covered in maroon grass. Copses of purple alveolus plant buildings called kihos populate the land, and rivers wind their way through each valley, yellow veins of unpalatable water. Rain is the only regular hazard of the Tofuwaka Hills. Sulfurous fumes can cause it to acidify as it falls, and creatures without chitin can quickly develop irritating rashes. In the town itself, despite the stench, most visitors say Kihoso is worth the journey, if only to see the array of bugs. Since there's so much sulfur in the area and the rain is acidified, mammals don't live here.
Yeah.
And anthropods pretty much take up every space of the animal kingdom. So thick-limbed, slow-moving beetles of burden replace mules and oxen, and gardicadas take the place of watchdogs, creating a cacophonic, rhythmic clicking when intruders are spotted. Carriages sit upon the backs of enormous millipedes, providing public transport around the city, while watchmen patrol the skies on the backs of dragonflies.
It's like the fucking stepped into Morrowind.
watching for praying manti-wolves. Within the city, guards mounted on giant scorpions right across the rooftops, and messenger crickets bound above the populace's heads, clutching scroll tubes in their mandibles.
A golden retriever-sized cicada's buzz would like shake your bowels would just go like, dude, I don't like that. I also said about 2 sessions ago that Cherry does not like bugs
Ah, fun.
because I'm small.
Yeah.
Like they climb up in the trees, they get in my shit. I do
And
not
these
like
are
it.
bigots,
Yeah,
and
I'm
they're
like
all over.
everything is just massive bugs everywhere.
Mm-mm.
Big fantasy bug city.
Cool. Welcome to Vardenfell.
All right, take us out, Dayton. You can do it. It's easy. It's easy.
You all do it.
I will sit here in silence.
This has been another edition of the Wildliverse, where on Sundays we eventually play D&D after we talk for a while. If you like what you saw, if you want to see any more, there's over 1,000 hours on our YouTube page where the link is below. You can see all of our persistent campaigns, one-shots, board games, lore talks, all kinds of fun stuff. It's worth a look. We're also sponsored by Drive-Thru-RPG, and if you click the link down below, you can find a site where you get all your source books and rule books on PDF and save yourself a bunch of money. We have some of their stuff. You should too. And speaking of our stuff, there is a link down below for the Wildliverse store. So in case you really enjoy this a lot, you can wear that Wildliverse shirt that we're all really proud of and wear all the time. You can get it on stuff like shirts, backpacks, hats, pants, all kinds of cool stuff. Anything you buy from those sites gives us a kickback that we can use to buy more stuff for the studio and present to all of you who watch this on a regular basis. Bye.
Bye.